We will be going live in a couple minutes. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button.
Dépôt des documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member from Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And mind me without my glasses today, so I apologize. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women in relation to Bill S-205, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to another act, interim release and domestic violence recognizance orders. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to say congratulations to Senator Boisvenu, who brought forward this bill and has been a voice for so many victims across Canada. All of us, the 11 of us, really appreciated on working on such an important bill that had such personal intent. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member from Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs in relation to Bill C-53, an act respecting the recognition of certain Métis governments in Alberta, Ontario, and Saskatchewan, to give effect to treaties with those governments and to make consequential amendments to other acts. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. And Mr. Speaker, I also would like to thank all of our witnesses, in particular the representatives from the Métis organizations in Alberta, Ontario, Saskatchewan, and the National Métis representative for their persistence in helping get through this much-needed legislation at committee stage. And I wish the House all the best in seeing this through to the finish and on to completion through royal assent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Presenting reports from committees? Oh, no. Next one? Yeah. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Massey, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Copyright Act, Crown Copyright. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my co-seconder of the bill. This is important for Canada and also in particular for businesses, researchers, educators. And the act to amend the Copyright Act would actually address something, a law that was created back in 1911, only adjusted in 1921, where right now government research, innovation papers, and a number of materials are not released to the public. This is counter to most of our other trading partners. In fact, I think Canada is alone on this. So this bill would actually amend and provide those publications to the public, which is something that businesses would support, something researchers would support, educators would support, and innovators would support. And that is the reason we want this amended right now, because it really goes back to a law created in 1911. And that's unfortunate, Madam Speaker, but we can correct this today. Thank you.
The honourable member for, Mr. Massey, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have three petitions to present. The first one is with regards to amending Canada's policies with cybersecurity. Currently, right now, Canada is exposed with regards to cyber hacking, and we have no international agreements that significantly protect Canadians and businesses. In fact, cyber attacks and ransomware per population in Canada is the second highest in the world. With global cybercrime costing in the trillions of dollars and not having the proper supports and public policy is putting businesses and individuals at risk. So the petitioners are calling for a national security licensing body to govern Canadian cybersecurity. Would be a progressive way to advance and also increase the number of people that are occupationally involved in cybersecurity and bring us in line to be a world leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
De pétition, l'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
He indicated he had a second petition. The honourable member for Windsor West, sorry.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I said thank you, and that's what I meant. I have two more quick petitions to present. They're very important, though, on the same subject matter. The first one with regards to is calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Currently, right now, there is a siege on Gaza, which has cost tens of thousands of injuries, and there's also lives that have been lost. Sadly, there has also been a blockade, and the petitioners are calling that countries meet their international agreements, and potential genocide is already taking place. And so, Madam Speaker, we are calling for the lifting of the siege, and more importantly, calling for a ceasefire. And my second petition, Madam Speaker, also calls for the same subject matter to be looked at with regards to Gaza and the fact that it is being occupied and the attacks are increasing. When the petitioners actually started this petition, there was basically around 2,000 casualties at that time. That's now in significantly higher in the wounding. It has also affected hospitals, schools, and mostly women and children that have been part of this genocide. So, Madam Speaker, the petitioners are calling for Canada to actually call for a ceasefire and bring ourselves in line with more of a traditional role that Canada's had with regards to this conflict that's taking place in the Middle East. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud to present a petition from residents of Châteauguay-Lacolle in support of the bill that this House has passed, C-57.
Call upon all parliamentarians to and want to say that they affirm their unwavering commitment to Ukraine, and they want to see this by the updated Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Surrey-Smith Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages a petition calling for an increase in the amount of tax credits for volunteer firefighters, in particular for the great firefighters and volunteer firefighters from Redvers, Saskatchewan, and also the Search and Rescue Volunteer Service. These first responders provide a valuable and essential service to all Canadians, and we deeply appreciate the role they play in keeping us all safe.
Petitions, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have four, but I'll present them briefly. These individuals are very concerned about the sexually explicit material that is available on the internet. It's demeaning and sexually violent, and unfortunately, it's extremely easy to see by young people. So, because it's made for commercial purposes and is not protected by any effective age verification method, they're very concerned with what's happening to our young people. And so they are calling on this government to adopt Bill S-210, Protecting Young Persons from the Exposure to Pornography Act. They mentioned that online age verification was the primary recommendation made by stakeholders during a 2017 study by the Standing Committee on Health. As well, I have one in regards to maternity benefits and parental benefits when couples have a new child. However, adoptive and intended parents are at a disadvantage under the current system, and so they should have equal access as new parents. And Bill C-318 delivers equitable access to parental leave for adoptive and intended parents. And I know that across this House there truly is support for this bill, and they're calling for royal recommendation for Bill C-318. And two more quickly. It's well established that the risk of violence against women increases when they're pregnant. And justice requires that an attacker who abuses a pregnant woman and her preborn child she is carrying be sentenced accordingly, and the sentence should match the crime. So these individuals are calling on the House of Commons to legislate the abuse of a pregnant woman and/or the infliction of harm on a preborn child as aggravating circumstances for sentencing purposes in the Criminal Code. And finally, Madam Speaker, these individuals are seeking to support the health and safety of Canadian firearm owners, law-abiding citizens of Canada. And unfortunately, petitioners acknowledge that the sound moderators are the only universally recognized health and safety device that is actually criminally prohibited in Canada. So they're calling on this government to allow legal firearm owners the option to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present two petitions. The first is on behalf of over 3,200 people from across the country who note that people with disabilities often face barriers to employment along with higher costs associated with healthcare and housing. They note that the Canada Disability Benefit was delayed over 2 years as the first attempt to pass the law, known as C-35, was postponed due to the 2021 election. They note that the Canada Disability Benefit would provide much-needed financial support for people with disabilities, many of whom, 40% of those living in poverty, are people with disabilities. They note that the minister responsible has told Canadians that implementing the Canada Disability Benefit is expected to take at least 18 months following the passage of C-22 in June of 2023. In fact, that's been pushed back further still. They note that insufficient supports on current disability programs, both federally and provincially, present a significant risk of life and health for people with disabilities across the country living in legislated poverty. They go on to note that the federal government has refused to provide an interim disability emergency response benefit similar to the CERB that was provided in the pandemic. They also note that back payments are provided to eligible recipients for other disability benefits like the disability tax credit. And they note that the federal government has yet to budget the necessary funds for the Canada Disability Benefit. As a result, they have two calls in their petition to the Government of Canada. First of all, to provide back payments to eligible Canada Disability Benefit recipients covering the time from when the Canada Disability Benefit Act received royal assent in June of 2023. And secondly, to budget the necessary funds for the Canada Disability Benefit into Budget 2023 to show that this government is committed to providing the Canada Disability Benefit to the disability community as soon as possible. The second petition notes that volunteer firefighters account for 71% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders. They note that the tax code in Canada currently allows volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 hours of volunteer services were completed in a calendar year. It works out to a mere $450 a year. If they volunteer more than 200 hours, which many of them do, the tax credit becomes even less. They go on to note various reasons why this tax credit is insufficient, and they go on to note and call for the Government of Canada to support Bill C-310 and to enact amendments to subsection 108.06.2 and 118.07.2 of the Income Tax Act in order to increase the amount of the tax credits for volunteer firefighting and search and rescue volunteer services from $3,000 to $10,000. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have signatures here from all across the country, and they are asking to have the natural health products more accessible and for the new regulations to exempt natural health products because many people depend on them to stay healthy so they don't have to buy prescription drugs.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a number of petitions to present to the House today. The first petition calls on the Liberal government not to involve itself in decisions that should be made by parents and by provinces. It identifies the fact that the Liberal government sought to interfere in New Brunswick policy in this regard, more recently interfere in policy decisions in Alberta, and the statements, petitioners note as well the statements of the Conservative leader calling on the government not to interfere in decisions that should be made by provinces and by parents, further noting that parents care about the well-being of their children and love them more than any state-run institution, and the role of government is to support families and respect parents, not to dictate to them how decisions should be made for their children. The next petition is in support of an excellent private member's bill that I have put forward, C-257. This bill would add political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canadian Human Rights Act. Petitioners note that Canadians should be protected from discrimination, including political discrimination, and that it's a fundamental Canadian right to be politically active and vocal. Further, that our democracy is well served by ensuring that people feel the freedom to express themselves politically without worry about employment-related or other reprisal based on their political views. The petition asks the House to support Bill C-257 and to defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. The next petition relates to International Development Week, and I'm sure petitioners join me in wishing a happy International Development Week to all who are marking this occasion as a time for discussion and for advocacy. Petitioners note some of the key failures in this Liberal government's international development policy. They note the Auditor General's report highlighting how the Liberals' so-called feminist international assistance policy has failed to measure results in terms of impact on the lives of women and girls. Further notes how the approach of this government has shown a lack of respect for cultural values and autonomy of women in developing countries by pushing positions that may violate local laws. Further, petitioners highlight the Muskoka initiative by the previous Conservative government that involved historic investments of the well-being of women and girls that achieved value for money, that measured results, and that actually responded to priorities identified by local women. Therefore, petitioners call on the government to align international development spending with the wise approach of the Muskoka initiative, focusing on meeting basic needs of vulnerable women rather than pushing ideological agendas. The next petition is raising concern about and expressing opposition to proposals for the expansion of euthanasia to include children. It notes a proposal to legalize euthanasia for minors, including even very young children. Petitioners find this proposal deeply disturbing. They believe that killing children is always wrong and call on the government to block any attempt to legalize euthanasia, killing, or facilitated suicide for minors. Next, I'd like to present a petition regarding human rights in Hong Kong, especially as it relates to immigration. Petitioners note that there has been a severe decline in the freedoms of Hong Kong. Further, that people charged in Hong Kong for political offenses through a justice system that is clearly now severely broken. People who have done nothing wrong, who have advocated for freedom and democracy, nonetheless might have been subject to criminal charges in Hong Kong, have difficulty getting a police certificate, etc., and that because of these challenges, that would impact their ability to immigrate to Canada. Petitioners therefore ask the government to recognize the politicization of the judiciary in Hong Kong and its impact on the legitimacy and validity of criminal convictions, to affirm its commitment to render all national security charges and convictions irrelevant for purposes of Canadian immigration, further to create a mechanism by which Hong Kong people with pro-democracy movement-related convictions may provide an explanation for such convictions, on the basis of which government officials could grant exceptions to Hong Kong people who would otherwise be deemed inadmissible to Canada on the basis of criminality, and to work with like-minded allies on this. And briefly, the final petition I'll table raises concern about the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in the PRC and calls on the government to do more to combat the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Before I start the debate, I do want to remind members that when other members have the floor, it would be nice if individuals weren't having side conversations. They may not be aware, but their sound does carry to this end of the room, and some people tend to forget that they're actually in the chamber when they're having those conversations, so their voices are a little bit more distinct. Questions on the order paper. Monsieur Lamoureux. Monsieur Lamoureux.
I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madame la Présidente, je me lève pour répondre à la question.
Kickoff speech.
I would like to raise the question of privilege raised on February 26, 2024 by the member for Regina Capel.
Has attempted to conflate two separate events. The first event took place in a joint sitting of Parliament for an address by the President of Ukraine. The second was a special event outside of Parliament. The Prime Minister was asked questions in the House about the events during the joint sitting of Parliament for the address. The Prime Minister said neither he nor his office was involved with the invitation to the individual in question for the parliamentary event. The former Speaker admitted to this House that the decision to invite this individual was his and his alone. The Prime Minister stated with respect to the parliamentary event, and I quote,
the Honourable Government House Leader seems to be debating the issue, so I'm just wondering which point of order that he's raising, and so again, continue, but if it can be a point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the Government House Leader is responding to a matter of privilege that was raised by the official opposition. I think he's provided the amount of time and the discretion that he's been using in order to...
Okay, I'm sorry that the Honourable Member's mic got cut off, but I understand what the Honourable Member is saying. I will allow the Honourable Government House Leader to continue.
Madame la Présidente, I'll resume where I think I left off. The Prime Minister was asked questions in the House about the events during the joint sitting of Parliament for the address. The Prime Minister said neither he nor his office was involved with the invitation to the individual in question for the parliamentary event. The former Speaker admitted to this House that the decision to invite this individual was his and his alone. The Prime Minister stated with respect to the parliamentary event, and I quote, "The Leader of the Opposition knows that not one parliamentarian was aware, and, quote, no parliamentarian knew the name or the identity of the person welcome to this House and recognized," end of quote. The member acknowledges the fact that it was the Speaker that invited this individual to the parliamentary event when he said, and I quote, "It is understood that this individual's son approached the then Speaker's constituency office about securing an invitation to the Ottawa address," end of quote. The Speaker then, according to his statement in the House, invited the individual to the parliamentary event and stated that it was his decision to do so, apologized to the House for doing so, and as a result of this action, he resigned as Speaker. The member alleges, I would say better speculates, that the Speaker only invited the individual because that same individual was invited to another event by the Prime Minister. There are no facts to support this claim and should therefore be treated as speculative assumptions. Yet, the Prime Minister has been clear that neither he nor his office was involved in the invitation of the individual in question to the parliamentary event. The former Speaker stated this fact in the House, which clearly corroborates the statements made by the Prime Minister and other ministers in this place. There is a long tradition in this House that members should be taken at their word, especially when there are no facts that would bring these remarks into question. By conflating the two events as one, the member is trying to leave the impression that these events were coordinated as one. That claim is not supported by the facts and is not supported by statements made by the Prime Minister or his ministers in this House. I would point to the statement the Prime Minister made and was referenced by the member across the way on September 27, 2023, and I quote, "We apologize today on behalf of all parliamentarians. For the past few days, we have been saying how sorry we are about the mistake made by the Speaker of the House of Commons," end of quote. The matter of the invitation of the individual by the former Speaker is currently before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for consideration. Let's let the committee do its work. The referral of the matter to the committee was founded on the former Speaker's acknowledgement of his sole responsibility for inviting this individual to the parliamentary event. The member referenced page 85 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, where it states that in cases of privilege involves, and I quote, "the provision of deliberately misleading information to the House or one of its committees by a minister or by a member," end of quote. There are no facts that either support that the Prime Minister misled the House on the invitation of the individual to the parliamentary event, or that any minister or member deliberately provided information that misled the House. The facts speak otherwise. The Prime Minister has been clear. The Speaker has been clear. There are no facts to dispute those claims. By trying to conflate two separate events, the member is twisting the narrative into a situation that bears no relevance to what the House was debating in the fall. Madam Speaker, this question is a matter of debate and not a question of privilege. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
I do appreciate the Honourable Government House Leader providing the additional information. It will certainly be taken into consideration as this matter continues to be looked into. I do have a point of order. The Honourable Member Renfrew, Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the House Leader's point of order. I request that he provide the documentation to the House, that he table it, all the documentation to back up every statement that he said, including the invitation that the Speaker would have sent to this individual. All MPs know that it's a matter of record and practice for the Speaker of the House to send a formal invitation on any events he has. So we look forward to being provided with that information and all other supporting documents for every statement he made.
I will take the honourable member's comments addition to this point of order under advisement as well. And so we are now going to another point of order. The honourable parliamentary secretary of the government house leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order respecting the committee's consideration of Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, bracket adoptive intended parents, and a bracket. Standing in the name for the member for Battleford's Lloydminster, now that the bill has been reported from committee and is now in the possession of the House, I would like to draw to the Speaker's attention amendments made in committee that should be ruled as being inadmissible. During the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills, and Social Development and Status of Persons with Disabilities consideration of the bill, amendments were made to clauses 1, 8, 14, and 17 that exceed the scope of the bill as adopted at second reading, and, moreover, the amendments infringe on the financial prerogative of the Crown. Without commenting on the merits of the amendments, each of these four amendments seek to add a new concept to the bill and therefore exceeds the scope of the bill as adopted at second reading. I would also add that in addition to exceeding the scope of the bill, these amendments would seek to authorize new and distinct spending for the purposes not authorized by the Employment Insurance Act or any other statute or appropriation. During a clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, the Chair ruled in relation to the amendment to Clause 1, and I quote, the current amendment attempts to create another benefit whereby an Indigenous child could be placed with a claimant different from the child's parents following different processes from the provincial adoption process as stated in the bill, and the claimant could be entitled to obtain a 15-week benefit drawn from the Treasury. As the House of Commons Procedure and Practices, 3rd edition states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury, or if it extends the objects of or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications of specified in a royal recommendation. In the opinion of the Chair, the amendment proposes a new scheme, one that imposes a new charge on the public treasury, and as such, it would require a royal recommendation. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. And a quote, Madam Speaker. The member for Winnipeg Centre moved a motion to challenge the ruling of the Chair, and the committee voted to overturn the ruling of the Chair, and the clause was adopted as amended. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, since the same amendment was moved to clauses 8, 14, and 17, the Chair ruled these amendments inadmissible on the same grounds as for the amendment to Clause 1. The decision of the Chair was then challenged for each of these amendments, and the
Order. À l'ordre. On a une personne.
There is a member who is simply trying to speak, and a number of people on the other side are asking for the House to be respected, but we know that when it's the other way around, that we know that when the other side is speaking, they also don't want to be interrupted. So I'd like to ask both sides of the House to show some respect. We need to respect the person who's speaking. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the same amendment was moved to clauses 8, 14, and 17, the Chair ruled these amendments inadmissible on the same grounds as for the amendment to Clause 1. The decision of the Chair was then challenged for each of these amendments, and the Chair's ruling was overturned. The committee then proceeded to adopt amendment in question to Clauses 8, 14, and 17. Since these amendments were deemed inadmissible by the Chair of the committee on the grounds that they exceeded the scope of the bill and give rise to the need for a royal recommendation, I therefore submit that these amendments be struck from the bill and a new version of the bill without the offending amendments be reprinted for consideration at report stage of the said bill. Thank you for your patience, Madam Speaker.
I do appreciate the honourable member's point of order, and will certainly consider that and come back to the House. The honourable member for North Island Powell River has a point of order.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Just on the previous point of order, we just want to block a space to come back and give further information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ordre du jour, orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, business of supply. Debate on an opposition motion on federal immigration target standing in the name of Mr. Blanchette. Mr. Blanchette, seconded by Mr. Brunel-Duceppe, moves that the House A recall its unanimous vote of November 1st, 2023, calling on the government to review its immigration targets starting in 2024 after consultation with Quebec, the provinces and territories based on their integration capacity, particularly in terms of housing, healthcare, education, French language training, and transportation infrastructure. All with a view to successful immigration.
Demande au Premier Ministre.
B. Call on the Prime Minister to convene a meeting with his counterparts of Quebec, the provinces, and the territories in order to consult them on their respective integration capacities.
The government to table in the House within 100 days a plan for revising federal immigration targets in 2024 based on the integration capacity of Quebec, the provinces, and the territories. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Debate.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. J'ai eu peur de...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was starting to worry that I would never get to speak because my esteemed colleague was basically reading the side of a cereal box. I thought it might go on indefinitely. And we know that the Liberals are very afraid of letting the Bloc Québécois speak, so they try to go on as long as possible. Because everyone this morning, those who know enough French to read the newspaper, that there's a Léger poll that says that Quebecers and Canadians profoundly disagree with the immigration policies of what remains of this government. This is an excellent opportunity to repeat in this House what I've already said elsewhere. First of all, anybody who lives in Quebec and wishes to be a Quebecer is a Quebecer. Whatever their national origin, whatever the number of generations or the number of days that those people have been within Quebec, they are as Quebecois as anybody here in this House. The world is becoming increasingly small. Not necessarily geographically, although we know that the habitable surface of our continents will shrink due to the rising of the oceans, but because there will be more and more people using fewer and fewer resources, which means that an increasing number of people will have to search for a better life elsewhere. And very often that elsewhere will be in the Northern Hemisphere, in the Americas, and specifically in Quebec. We will need to show both generosity and responsibility in order to manage our duties and to support those who choose to come to Quebec. And we need to do all that while respecting the rules and the rule of law, which is also an aspect that this government seems to understand only with difficulty. We know that Quebec society is a very generous and open one, and it needs to consider this matter because some people come here on the basis of false representations. They don't know what to expect. They come to Quebec, they imagine that they're going to the US, that it's going to be a society like American society. In many cases, they were told that it's an English-speaking country, and then they come to Quebec and they're told that it's French-speaking. And they don't know what to make of it. They don't know what to think. I get out at Dorval Airport, everything's in English. Then you're told, well, you can pick whatever language you want, but if you have to pick one, pick English, because you can speak it in Montreal. So they feel confused. Because at the same time, they're told that it's a French-speaking province. So they're receiving these mixed messages, which are not always true. It's confusing. It's also very confusing for them when they look at the media, because they see that there's a debate raging whether Canada is francophone, anglophone, what is going on. So at best, the messages they're receiving are very mixed. And the strategy to blame Quebecers. In fact, the only systemic thing in this debate are the systemic accusations against Quebecers who simply want to ensure that their language survives, while remaining a welcoming and open society. And of course, the main responsibility of a society is to teach its language. For example, if you go to Italy, are you told, oh, we suggest that you learn Italian? Or if you go to Swedish, you're suggested to learn Swedish, aren't you? Although many people speak English. So why in Quebec are we supposed to be bad guys if we suggest people that it's a good idea to learn French? It might come in handy if you want to go buy some water at the corner store, or if you want a job. That's completely normal. What's abnormal is to blame the people who are just encouraging people to learn French. It's concerning. The questions we ask ourselves as a society, specifically on asylum seekers, these are things that all Quebecers and all Canadians, I believe, should care about. And when I say that everyone should care about it, I'm also including Quebecers who themselves are from an immigrant background, whether recent or not so recent. Everyone, no matter what their origin, should be able to participate in this discussion. They are all part of the social tissue that should be holding this discussion. I sometimes wonder whether people from a recent immigrant background, I sometimes wonder how enthusiastic they feel about receiving asylum seekers who may not in all cases be possible to receive appropriately. We know that people, despite the data wars, the childish data wars that we're seeing, but we know that in reality people show up in Quebec with all sorts of visas, and then they ask for refugee status. And they know that even if it's not true at all, if they don't actually have a decent claim at all, they can just stay in the country for years. What a deal. What a convenient situation. I wonder if people from an immigrant background actually think that's okay. I don't think that this kind of bending of the rules, whether they think that it's okay. When they see people slipping through the cracks of the Canadian system, and when you see the types of criminals and smugglers, I mean, earlier we were talking about auto theft. This is another kind of crime. These are people involved in all sorts of organized crime. I think people from an immigrant background also have these concerns. Now, of course, this is a small minority, and many people who choose Quebec or Canada come because they want to have a better life.
And they're just as honorable as anybody else who's here. They might be more honorable than some other people who I won't name. I wonder if people who've immigrated from the Muslim community are pleased that we are bringing in here radical extremists who promote violence with the blessing of the government, which refuses to intervene. I wonder if those people have the same opinion as just about anyone else. I think our duty is to have successful immigration. I want to address an approach. We say immigration as if it was just one homogeneous thing. All immigrants are the same. No, not at all. I'll categorize not in an absolute fashion, but there are foreign students. There are many of them. This is a source not just of funding for institutions like universities, post-secondary institutions in Quebec. They're also a source and a way to spread knowledge and culture. This is one category that Quebec wants to continue welcoming generously. There are temporary foreign workers. In Quebec, there are significant economic sectors who absolutely need them. And there are abuses, people who automatically renew work permits for years that are supposed to be temporary. This is rarely in the regions, rarely in French, and this system could be improved. But the immigration of temporary foreign workers is extremely important. There is, of course, temporary immigration with asylum seekers. Aside from the number war, we see that Quebec does more than its share. We have more than half in Quebec, and we've seen spending go up $470 million. The federal government has said, look, pay for that, we will reimburse you. And when it comes time to reimburse, we've heard comments from the Minister of Immigration, and I still expect an apology for having said that I compared immigrants to heat pumps. That deserves an apology. And I am confident that the Speaker will agree with me. And when it was time to pay the debt, they said, we won't pay for the debt. We'll give you $100 million for temporary housing. $100 million for temporary housing for the future. We don't know how they got to that calculation. We have half of the people. We don't have half of the money. Toronto is doing fine, as usual. But it doesn't cover the past debt. Nothing at all. But they try to have that go over. Canada doesn't pay Quebec adequately. But why tell you something you already know? Temporary immigration related to asylum seekers is not economic. We don't take in asylum seekers for economic reasons. We do so for humanitarian reasons. That is what makes the abuse of the system even more odious. There are people who really do need help, and others who take help that those people need. They try to take it by means of false representation. This is a humanitarian contribution that involves spending, paid for by everyone, regardless of how much time people have been here. Healthcare, daycare, basic income. Of course, this is based on the number of people. There's inflationary pressure. There's an increase in demand without an increase in supply. That's inflationary. And of course, there is pressure on the housing crisis. This is not the fault of one more than the other. Children going to university who want housing put pressure on the housing stock, just like someone coming from Mexico. It's the total number that has the effect. We can't deny that. We have an obligation to do things well, to do better, and we haven't done so. So the result, because there is the language variable in Quebec, of course, so there is a cultural and economic weakening of the Quebec state. Here, we are slowing that down. If we weren't here to defend Quebec, to denounce what is done in Ottawa, I can't imagine the tsunami that would hit us. But thank God we are here. And in previous days, the Minister of Immigration in Quebec didn't deny the hypothesis of a referendum that had been mentioned by the government of Quebec to ask Quebecers if we should have all immigration powers in Quebec. I found that amusing because we were told that we can work hand in hand so many times. Whenever we stand up and ask a question on immigration, they say we are hand in hand. Same thing for health. We might have blisters on our hands from holding them so tightly. But if Quebec wants a referendum to withdraw all immigration powers from Ottawa and bring them to Quebec City, it's certainly not because Quebec is pleased. This is a disavowal of the government's immigration policies, a disavowal of the government's failures on immigration, and a disavowal of the Minister of the Environment of this government. So I think it's a wonderful idea, especially given that it makes sense for a government to consult people through a referendum, and that would contribute to not demonizing the word referendum. Last fall, there was unanimous consent for a motion that encouraged the government to consult Quebec and the provinces and territories on immigration targets. A unanimous motion in Parliament, and the government didn't pay it any heed, none at all, no consultations, moving forward with positions that look a lot like a steamroller going over Quebec. The Prime Minister is above the law. The Prime Minister is above everyone. That's cultural and maybe genetic. In Parliament, just about everyone is ready to put their ideology above the state and the people and their common wisdom. But today we're going to have to vote on this again. Before, this was just a Quebec thing. Before, we said people said that Quebecers are against immigration because they're racist. But now that Toronto is saying they have issues to manage with the volume of immigration, think about Montreal for a minute. Other big Canadian cities are experiencing similar difficulties. In this context, it was no longer just xenophobic Quebecers. Now it's a pan-Canadian issue that's worth considering in all seriousness. Everybody is struggling with costs for healthcare, education, and more. Given the failure of this government's immigration policies, Quebecers and Canadians who have immigrated here are paying for the Minister of Immigration, who once in a while is nice enough to come here, but he doesn't pay his debts. So I would suggest that he pay his debts, just like any honorable person. Pay your bills, especially if it's you who said to the other one, hey, pick up the tab. And don't make the insulting joke of saying that I compared immigrants to heat pumps. I hope he will be able to apologize for having so rudely insulted me. The Prime Minister should, as the motion suggests, convene a meeting with everyone so we can discuss immigration. Premiers from provinces, ministers of immigration from provinces could have a discussion, as all of Parliament urged, to set targets that take into account the capacity to integrate and manage people by provinces and territories in Quebec. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said, with all of the wisdom he has, that countries have responsibilities. Countries have responsibilities. But if the only way for Quebec to take on its responsibilities is to be a country, by God, I am in favor of that. The best way to properly integrate immigrants within the Quebec nation is to have a Quebec nation that, in its tradition and its culture of generosity, of kindness, won't have to always fight and oppose Canadian policies that go against its will, its interests, its language, and its survival on a continent where it is an essential contribution. So yes, there are things that belong to a country, so let us make Quebec a country, and in the meantime, I call on them to have a minimum level of decency and responsibility and to convene all premiers and ministers of immigration to set immigration targets together that take into account integration and payment capacities of Quebec and the provinces.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have and always will be a very strong advocate for sound immigration policy. I've recognized the benefits of immigration in all different forms that it takes. And at the end of the day, even the uniqueness of the province of Quebec and the role that it plays cannot be underestimated. I have a very strong passion for the French language. It's one of the reasons why I take a great sense of pride when I'll see someone of Filipino heritage in the area I represent be able to speak Tagalog, English, and French. We promote French whenever we get the opportunity. But anyway, consultation is very important. I acknowledge that. And I'm wondering if the leader can just express to the chamber to what degree he has actually done his consultation, in particular, let's say, with the government of Quebec before bringing in the resolution, what they have had to say to him about it.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I've heard my esteemed colleague say that he is passionate about the French language. That's not what I heard, though. I think I heard him speak English, but it's possible. I can express my passion for English. It's easy. That being said, we are in pretty close contact with people at the National Assembly of Quebec with whom we have a long-standing relationship in some cases, and it's easy, not just on the phone, but by just reading the newspaper, to see that generally, and even in quite a lot of detail, the Bloc Québécois expresses positions that are totally compatible with that of the National Assembly of Quebec, and that the Liberal Party of Canada expresses positions that are totally incompatible with the National Assembly of Quebec.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Leader of the Bloc for his good speech. It's clear that the Liberal government has broken the immigration system, and we absolutely need a plan with health care, with affordable housing, but I've seen no plan from the government. And at the Official Languages Committee, we've studied immigration, and we need French-speaking immigrants. But once again, there's no plan from the government. In the plan for Quebec, what would the leader like to see? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. That's an interesting question because it raises the issue of the numbers war. We can go into the Century Initiative, the ideological extreme suggested by McKinsey, paid to take de facto control of the Department of Immigration of Canada. They're so zealous that they are going so quickly currently that the 100 million Canadians at the end of the century will beat that. That raises the issue of numbers. But now we're throwing numbers around because it's easy to do that. But in reality, we need tools to measure after 1, 2, 3, 4 years the quality of integration and the quality of life in general of people who've chosen to come live in Quebec. It's a set of variables. It's not just about whether people speak French. Are your credentials recognized? Do you have a good job? Do you have an affordable housing? And now this is the other extreme. Now it's just about the number, open everything up. And now there are people who have arrived here with the status of asylum seeker who are sleeping on the street in Montreal. They have no home. And that is a striking example of a heartless failure from the government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member of Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Leader of the Bloc for his speech. My French is not up to par, je m'excuse. My first language is actually Chinese, and I had to learn English as a second language, so many languages to learn, to be sure. But on the issue around the motion, what I'm hearing and reading the motion, the key point, I think, is this, aside from consultation, which is absolutely critical, is to ensure that the federal government also provides the necessary resources to Quebec, to provinces and territories to help the province to have that capacity to resettle newcomers. And what we're seeing, of course, is the federal government has fallen short, way short in this regard. He mentioned in his speech about the issue of debt. So my question is, would he also agree what the federal government needs to do is to provide the necessary resources to support Quebec, provinces, and territories to successfully help newcomers resettle?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I really like this question. The government is acting in two ways. When it wants to act in the jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces, it keeps the money thanks to the fiscal imbalance and says, if you want the money, for example, for health, you'll have to cede powers to us and we'll cut you a check. We'll tell you what to do and we'll let you do it. But in this case, this is a jurisdiction that is federal jurisdiction. So what do they say? They say, since I can't buy power from you, I just won't pay you. I'll let you do my job, and I won't pay you for doing my job. I'll keep accumulating money with the fiscal imbalance. So at least they need to keep their word. And if we can look to the past to see what will happen in the future, it's hard for them to take on their responsibilities because they don't pay their bills. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when it comes to immigration, my leader can correct me if I'm mistaken, but substance and style are both important. The tone used when we talk about this sensitive topic, immigration, it's almost as important as the substance. So the Minister of Immigration talked about heat pumps, but when we ask to have asylum seekers go in different places, he said we shouldn't treat people like cattle. And then online lately, he said that the Bloc Québécois are just doing showmanship. But we are an opposition party in the British parliamentary system, and that's a lack of respect. So is the tone of the Minister of Immigration acceptable when we debate this sensitive topic? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I have a bit of a hard time being objective here because last week, in my absence, the Minister of Immigration lied to this House by saying that I had compared immigrants to heat pumps. The member knows full well that he can't say that somebody lied in the House. So he can choose a different word that is not exactly that one. But I would remind him of that. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The question is no less relevant. Say he had said something that makes no damn sense and that he didn't mean to do it. Well, that's not any evidence of competence. That's how we can present it. It's an accumulation. An insult is an argument for someone who has no argument, and that defines the minister well.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, my first language is neither English or French, is Kannada. Due to the requirement that we had to study English, I lost touch with my culture, my heritage, due to the lack of my language. Coming to this debate, Madam Speaker, while I'm interested in the Century Initiative, which sees Canada having the population of 100 million, I too am focused on the next 3 to 4 years, the immigration that is required for the next 3 to 4 years from the economic development point of view. I would like to ask the member whether he has consulted the business owners in Montreal, Quebec City, Gatineau, and how they are facing problems due to the lack of, has he consulted them on the need of skilled workers, on the need of immigrants to help them do their business and contribute to the economic development of Canada?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. In recent days and weeks, we've seen a significant number of economic and banking institutions that are very credible, and they've said that the current immigration policies go beyond the economic integration capacity of this country. This didn't come from nasty separatists or the bloc, so I have no trouble in saying that. We've always recognized the economic importance of immigrants, and I acknowledged that when we were talking about temporary foreign workers. In the poll this morning, I found it interesting because people were asked a number of questions about, do you think there's extra pressure on housing, on inflation, and so on? And people, without any meanness of spirit, said yes. And Quebecers and Canadians said yes. Newcomers do contribute to the economy. But they said, do it properly and it'll work. Resuming debate. The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to point out that we are on the unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin. It's a pleasure for me to take the floor today to discuss this motion and to talk about the Government of Canada's immigration targets. We are determined to cooperate with our partners in the provinces, territories, and municipalities and to respond to their evolving situations and needs. Of course, this includes the work we do with the Government of Quebec. I want to make it clear that Canada is committed to its fundamental value, and that is caring for those who come to this country in search of a better life. I think it's fundamental. It's a fundamental value that all Canadians buy into, and I would hope that parliamentarians from all parties would agree with me on that. In recent years, Canada has welcomed a significant number of permanent residents. This is mainly because we need newcomers as much as they need us. Immigration is essential to expanding our workforce, ensuring the prosperity of our economy, and guaranteeing the quality of social services on which all Canadians depend. As our population ages, we need skilled and talented newcomers to ensure our future economic prosperity. That's true for Canada as a whole, but also for my home province, Quebec. Right now, Quebec has one of the worst severe labor shortages in the country. In the third quarter of last year, the number of vacant positions was estimated at 175,000 jobs, mainly in healthcare. Without immigration, businesses wouldn't have the workers they need, and Canadians wouldn't have the social services they rely on. In recent years, Canada has welcomed significant numbers of permanent residents. This is mainly because we need them as much as they need us, as I already said. So immigration will continue to play an important role in supporting the nation's priorities in the years to come. While we tend to measure immigration from one year to the next and think of people as asylum seekers, refugee claimants, or economic immigrants, we should remember that a newcomer's potential far exceeds the sum of his or her circumstances. The benefits of immigration extend over multiple generations. A child arriving in Canada today could be tomorrow's inventor, athlete, nurse, or entrepreneur, or a volunteer who supports and inspires the immigrants who come after them. We can't just look at how newcomers contribute to our economy today. We also have to keep in mind the broader, longer-term benefits that immigration brings our communities and society as a whole. Also, we need to look at current immigration pressure points from a broader perspective. The immigration landscape is very different today from what it was 10 years ago, or even 3 years ago. Settlement and integration in this landscape are also evolving. Canada is welcoming more and more forcibly displaced people from different places for new reasons and with complex needs. Canada is not immune to the consequences of forced displacement caused by rising conflict and climate-related disasters. We have a moral obligation to act and maintain a fair, efficient, and humane immigration system. In the face of changing demographics and our own country's needs, my department is working hard to stay at the forefront of all these changes. As the honourable member no doubt knows, our immigration levels are tabled in the House November 1st every year, as required by law. I can assure the House that the Department has consulted extensively on immigration levels for 2024 to 2026, as we do every year. Canada's immigration plan is data-driven, based on input from employers, communities, provinces, and territories. The immigration targets are based on the feedback we received on our last immigration levels action plan. They're based on this information as well as on stakeholder feedback. Work continues throughout the year. It's ongoing as we gather feedback and information from governments, communities, stakeholders, and other partners. We work continuously to improve each year's plan through ongoing evaluation and integration of the information, feedback, and data we receive. The federal government consults with its ministerial counterparts at the provincial and territorial level to develop immigration levels and determine appropriate admission targets. For example, the Forum of Ministers responsible for immigration meets several times a year. Quebec is invited to these meetings and participates as an observer. We ask our partner organizations, such as the hundreds of settlement organizations across the country, to share their challenges with us, both globally and locally. We learn about the rural and urban communities they serve and support, where newcomers enter the workforce, seek recognition of their foreign credentials, learn English and French, and seek services in both official languages all across the country. This dialogue takes place between officials at different levels through events and conferences and through formal consultations. We meet with many municipalities over the year, whether to seek their advice or to address their challenges and concerns. They talk to us about how newcomers integrate, and they share which of our programs and services are best suited to their communities. These discussions are not a one-off. It's an ongoing dialogue. In fact, last year we held even more in-depth consultations, as the levels and mix of categories we welcome were also a key factor in our strategic immigration review on the future of immigration in Canada. We consulted on the future and on what systems, programs, and services are needed to support all our provinces, territories, and municipalities, on how we can support employers in all sectors, particularly those sectors identified as priorities by the provinces, territories, and municipalities, like housing, healthcare, and technology, as you can see in downtown Montreal in my riding. In addition to soliciting contributions from across the country, we organized in-depth sessions, including one in Montreal. Once again, we met with experts on key issues like housing, rural immigration, skills attraction, and social cohesion. We also gathered feedback from Canadians all across the country and from newcomers who've used our services through an online survey. In fact, we heard from nearly 18,000 different people, over 2,000 organizations, and more than 2,100 former clients about what they need and the future immigration can offer them. We met with Indigenous leaders, business leaders, rural and remote communities, youth councils, provincial and territorial governments, groups and educational institutions that provide support services to newcomers, to gather a wide range of input and understand their perspectives. While the federal government collects feedback on its programs and services across Canada, Quebec has its own immigration controls and systems. It's important to note that the province of Quebec sets its own levels, which are fully respected by the federal government. The Canada-Quebec Accord of 1991, under that accord, Canada sets the annual number of immigrants for the country by taking into account the number of immigrants Quebec wishes to receive. In effect, this takes into account Quebec's capacity to welcome newcomers and address labor shortages in key sectors like agriculture and healthcare. Quebec has rights and responsibilities regarding the number of immigrants destined for Quebec and the reception and integration of those immigrants. Quebec's announced immigration levels have been below federal per capita levels for several years. On November 1st, 2023, just after I presented Canada's immigration levels plan for 2024 to 2026, the Quebec government maintained its level at 50,000 entries per year for 2024 and 2025. Under the accord, the federal government provides an annual grant to Quebec to help it process newcomers and fund the services and assistance it provides to them, including French language training. Since 2015, the federal government has transferred more than $4.4 billion to Quebec. This year alone, we've provided more than $700 million to Quebec to meet its needs for processing and settlement services. This is no small amount. Under the Accord, Quebec is solely responsible for the selection of economic and humanitarian immigrants and the application of federal selection criteria for family reunification, while the federal government is responsible for the selection and admission of family class applications. As a result, we work within the framework of the Quebec Levels Plan and only process applications that have been approved by the province. If the members opposite are concerned about the number of newcomers to Quebec or the immigration levels set by the province, that's a conversation they'd be better off having directly with the government of Quebec.
Le gouvernement fédéral.
The federal government is working on a comprehensive, coordinated growth plan that brings governments and partners together to ensure we have the infrastructure, services, and supports newcomers need to succeed. This means building capacity in housing, healthcare, education, language training, and other areas. Work is already underway to develop a more integrated immigration plan that reflects the role of our other partners and presents a more complete picture of the needs of all newcomers. This will help us better understand what we need to invest more in, from housing to healthcare to transportation infrastructure, to ensure that newcomers and all Canadians succeed. We will also continue to work with provinces, territories, and municipalities to ensure that asylum seekers have shelter over their heads in Quebec and all across the country. I recently announced an additional $362.4 million for the Interim Housing Assistance Program to continue supporting this important work. We contributed $150 million to Quebec this year, and nearly 50% of all program funding since 2017 has gone to Quebec. Quebec's immigration minister has even said that this measure is a step in the right direction, and we will do more. We'll continue to be there for Quebec on this and other areas to support newcomers. The Government of Canada is working with all our partners to find the right balance between supporting our employers and our economy, respecting our long-standing humanitarian commitments, and ensuring our immigration plans are aligned with the needs and priorities of each community. A plan that stabilizes Canada's immigration levels into the future will also better accommodate capacity issues and unforeseen developments in individual jurisdictions. Immigration levels for 2024 already reflect the needs of Canadians in all regions of the country. They support Canada's demographic growth while moderating its impact on essential national systems like housing and infrastructure. Newcomers are vitally important to our communities. Many of our country's temporary and permanent residents work in key sectors like healthcare, transportation, agriculture, and manufacturing. Newcomers are part of the solution for Canada's future and essential to our future growth. The 2024-2026 Immigration Levels Plan is fundamentally about attracting skilled workers who will contribute to Canada's economy, and we're more confident than ever that we can preserve our world-class immigration system. We will reduce wait times, we're constantly doing that, promote family reunification, and continue to support the world's most vulnerable populations through one of the world's best refugee resettlement programs. Canada has a long tradition of welcoming newcomers. Canadians are justifiably proud of their immigrant past. It's also through immigration that our country has grown strong and continued to progress, not to mention forging links between people, diversifying our communities, and acting as an economic engine. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm glad the Minister was able to contribute to this debate. It's hard to take him seriously, though, because that immigration plan was tabled November 1st. And by that time, his own ministry, and he knew that there were over now 1 million international students in Canada. And he came 2-3 months later to announce a cutting down by 35% and capping all over the country. An assistant he knew, by his own admission, his own words, was out of control when he tabled to Parliament the report which included what the temporary resident numbers were going to be for the following year. And then to add to insult to injury to this House, we then had the former Minister of Immigration, now the Minister of Housing, a gentleman who's now still moonlighting as a senior Minister of Immigration, said the system is a mess. So how can we believe him now when he says all these golden words that things are going so well, when we know the immigration system is broken and we know that it's not working what they're doing?
L'honorable ministre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member well knows, the plan that I put forth in the fall deals with permanent residency numbers. We know that the temporary measures, the temporary foreign workers that we have in Canada under various descriptions have increased significantly in the last couple of years. This is something that has been good for the economy, but it's also something in some sectors that we acknowledge has gotten out of control. As you've seen, I took 3 measures 2 weeks ago to make sure that we were addressing the integrity of the system with respect to international students. I think that's something that all Canadians can support, because the international student visa system was not created for fly-by-night operations in various parts of the country as a backdoor entry into Canada. This is about the integrity of the system and obviously the future of Canada. There's some bright students out there. They don't need to be stigmatized, but that's something that the government needs to be responsible in reining in. Thank you.
Commentaire, l'honorable député Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. The Bloc raised the issues of Quebec's integration capacity, and we were basically called backseat drivers. But let's just put that aside for a sec. What about the fact that most Canadians and Quebecers feel that Canada cannot integrate and properly integrate these high numbers of immigrants? I hope the member is not going to insult all the Quebecers and Canadians who answered this poll. So on the merits, I'd like him to respond to the fact that Canadians and Quebecers are calling on the federal government to review its approach. Is he willing to answer that? The Honourable Minister. The poll in question, Madam Speaker, shows undeniably that immigrants are good for the economy. The Bloc is calling on us to review our targets, but basically what they're saying is lower our targets. But this is something that we have to have a reasonable discussion with our Quebec counterparts. And when it comes to integration capacity, we have to look at the labor shortage. This isn't about being backseat drivers. I expect an answer to that question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his comments. We all know that the immigrant community contribute to Canada in more ways that I can actually articulate. We all know that in this House. Now, what's important, of course, for provinces, for Quebec, for territories, is the resources that are necessary to help with the resettlement process. And the federal government, actually, with their policy, is such that asylum seekers, for example, do not get federal resources. Until more recently, there was huge pressure for the government to come in with some resources, but on the whole, the federal government is not there. And I think that's also part of the problem and the tension that's created in the communities. So my question to the minister is this: will he actually review that policy to ensure asylum seekers who come to Canada are fully supported and be able to properly resettle in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for her question. Obviously, your passion on this issue. This isn't about just coming to Canada and treading water. You have asylum seekers and refugees that are members of cabinet, members of parliament, one of which even crossed Roxham Road and is now a great serving member of parliament in Ontario. Our resettlement service, our settlement services are the envy of the world. I just went to Geneva, and this was noted by my counterparts, particularly in a forum dealing with this issue. Clearly, we can do more. We are facing flows of historic proportions in Canada. This is about coordination with provinces. This is not a sole responsibility of the Government of Canada. It's one that is shared with provinces, including the province of Ontario, including British Columbia. It's one where we have to work together to make sure that people have a shelter over their head. We do provide interim health benefits. We do provide interim housing. Is it the long-term solution? Absolutely not. We need to do more, and we need to do better in making sure that people are here while they get their due process. They are not necessarily entitled to be here, but if they are truly fleeing war or the oppression from the source country, they clearly have a home in Canada, and that needs to be done quickly in a way that respects their humanitarian rights. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my riding, there are several cases of Canadians who have married someone abroad and who want to bring their spouse to Canada, but there are barriers. In these cases, it's not a matter of housing or funding. They already have everything they need, and in some cases they even have children together. So I'd like to hear from my colleague, are there any ways to remove these obstacles? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank the member for her question. Canadians want to be able to bring their families together. Currently, family reunification is kept, in my opinion, artificially low, and this harms many Canadian and Quebec families who are trying to bring their families together. I have had discussions with my colleagues in the government of Quebec to try to fix the situation, and I hope that the situation will be fixed soon because the wait times in Quebec are much longer than they are in the rest of Canada.
For Sonia Limpton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for the Minister has to do with the announcement that was made recently about cutting the number of foreign students in Ontario by 50%. Lambton College in my riding depends on those foreign students to keep tuitions low, and they produce nurses, personal support workers, paramedics, and with the aging population, we need those. But the Minister took a decision that master's and PhD students could stay, but all the rest of these colleges would be cut. Now, Lambton College built student housing, and they're building more student housing that'll be there by the time the caps come into play. So will the Minister either allow exemptions for colleges that are not part of the issue, or revisit the decision that was made and maybe focus on eliminating the fake strip mall colleges that exist?
The Honourable Minister.
The answer is no, Madam Speaker. We need provinces to step up and actually do their jobs in regulating designated learning institutions that they have authority over. We trusted for far too long, and perhaps we should have verified, but this is really something that needs to come under control, and that is notably in Ontario, but there are other provinces that need to do a better job as well. I don't want to single out a single college. There are lots of trade colleges that are doing great work. Perhaps there's a permanent residency pathway to those people, but that wasn't the guarantee that was made to those people coming into the country. It was to get a high-quality international education, and filling up coffers of colleges and institutions on the back of international students was not the business plan behind the international student visa model. It needs to get under control. Colleges and universities need to go see their provincial governments and talk to them about sorting out the cap. This is something that needs to be done. It is crucial for the integrity of the system, and we will absolutely work with them. I would encourage anyone that is interested in dealing with the federal government to get with the trusted or recognized institution model, and we can talk about that in the fall. That's right.
Brief question, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Oh, pardon me, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for my Honourable colleague, the Minister. What does he have to say about the fact that Quebec is so sick of the situation that it actually wants a referendum to repatriate all immigration powers? What does my colleague think? A brief response, please, from the Honourable Minister. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm here in politics to work with the government of Quebec. I'm not here to put on a show. We know that the Bloc Québécois doesn't speak for Quebec. There are many members in this House from Quebec, for example, the Prime Minister. We know that the federal government has a very clear role to play in immigration. Resuming debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be joining this debate on a block opposition motion, which is essentially, summarizing it briefly, it's recalling a vote that we took in this House to tie immigration targets in Canada to various areas of capacity in social services, in French and English language training, transportation infrastructure, healthcare, jobs availability, education. This was end of last year, around the time when typically Parliament has tabled before it the permanent residency plan, but also the temporary residency plan that the government has, because it's a 3-year rolling plan that's put forward. So this motion is basically just referring to it and telling the government to go back and do its homework once again, in light of a lot of new announcements that have been made. So from the beginning, in these types of debates where we have a Minister of Immigration, and my experience on the Immigration Committee is that often invectives are hurled towards members who simply have questions, who have concerns and comments. A few members of the bloc have already expressed that whenever they express a concern about the integration capacity in Quebec, because they can see, especially on the island, Montreal, there's a lack of capacity, for example, for French language training, that they are quickly named names, that they are insulted by the Minister of Immigration outside of this House quite often. At committee, it happened again yesterday on his Twitter account on a pretty regular basis. Well, we Conservatives have that same experience very often from Liberal members of Parliament. If you don't have an argument, you move to the insult. Margaret Thatcher used to love to say that quite commonly. So what I want to do today is kind of outline what I think is a common sense Conservative proposal to what we should look at when we're looking at redoing the targets, what we should take into account. And a lot of it comes directly from government sources. You can see it in government talking points, what different ministers have said. You know, we have this bizarre situation today where you have a junior and a senior Minister of Immigration. You have the new Minister of Immigration who says the system is out of control. That's his own admission. He's actually said it several times. He said it in the National Post. He was quoted as saying it. He said it in CTV's question period. He went on to say it really is a system that has gotten out of control. The volume is disconcerting. And then in this article, that's journalist Ryan Tumilty, with the headline, "Out of Control, Immigration Minister Says He Wants to Reduce International Student Arrivals." It goes on to say here, the increase is considered one of the many factors leading to housing shortages and rent hikes across the country. So that's the tie-in to housing. And you have the senior Minister for Immigration, who's now the Housing Minister, and he has a lot of regrets. Because for 2.5 years, he essentially let the system get out of control, because that's what the Minister of Immigration today is saying about his predecessor's work. It's not Conservatives saying it, it's not Bloc MPs saying it, it's not New Democrats saying it. You have two ministers fighting it out in public over the last 3 months. Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it that the system got out of control? The Minister of Housing now, the Senior Minister for Immigration, actually went even further in a different article. Turia Isri, Global News, he was quoted as saying, "Fraser says temporary immigration programs are putting pressure on the housing system and creating," and this is a direct quote, "serious issue we need to address." Why didn't he address it when he was the immigration minister? Why did he only discover this now? In fact, if you read the journalists, they referred to a briefing note that was given to that minister, the new Minister of Housing, the Senior Minister for Immigration, that told him, warned him, that the targets the Government of Canada was setting, and especially what it was doing on a temporary resident permits. So these are international students, these are foreign work permits, so like the temporary foreign worker program, the international mobility program, was especially on the rental side, was going to lead to pressures in housing. People were going to have a tough time affording housing, either to purchase a home or to rent a home. And we know from the Bank of Canada, 60% of newcomers rent, especially for the first 10 years. And I know this for a fact. I used to be a newcomer as well. When my father came here in 1983, he rented. When we came here in 1985, we rented for many, many years. We actually rented in Montreal on the South Shore. So I'm very, very well aware of that newcomer experience. When you first come to Canada, you rent. And we see rents across the country going up. Rents in the last 9 years have doubled. Down payments have more than doubled. Prices of homes are out of control, and that is not the fault of immigrants or newcomers. That is actually the fault of the government for vastly overspending during the pandemic. $600 billion of pandemic spending, $205 billion of which had nothing to do with the response to the pandemic. So when you have a lot of cash chasing fewer goods, leads to higher prices. And then if you have a briefing note provided to you by your own department when you're immigration minister, that's telling you if you continue to allow a lot of newcomers to come to Canada, and it's well over 1 million last year, and I think it'll be 1 million before the same deadline this year. I think in the next few months it'll be over 1 million as well. Then you do have a system that's out of control, and I'm quoting the immigration minister, the junior one. And the system is a mess. I'm quoting the senior immigration minister. He's titled as the housing minister, and of course they have regrets. And they're going on different podcasts and complaining about each other's works, and they're saying basically, drawing attention to like, whose fault is it? Well, it's their fault. They have been in government for 9 years. It is their fault. They bear responsibility for the chaos on our streets today with crime that is out of control. They're the ones responsible. If you're renewing your lease this year and you see a 20% increase, a 30% increase to your lease, you have only one person to blame, and it's the Prime Minister, his Housing Minister, and his Immigration Minister. And every single other minister on the front bench. They bear cabinet responsibility for these decisions they made. And it's not Conservatives making the argument. I'm using their own words that they have been in the news. I have another one right here. Mia Rapson from Canadian Press at the end of November, again quoting the senior immigration minister who's now moonlighting as a housing minister. It's a bit of a mess, he said, of the student visa system. It's time to rein it in. The current minister then went on to talk about Uber drivers. And, on the international student program, he was making comparisons that some of these colleges are behaving like puppy mills. Like, what kind of bizarre commentary is that to try and insult international students who are here? I was an international student at one point in the United States, not here in Canada, and I don't remember being insulted in such a way. And if, in fact, for the last 2.5 years, there were these colleges, private colleges and others, who the ministers are accusing of being puppy mills, they were issuing visas for them. Why were they doing that? They were warned. There was a briefing note somewhere circulating. Some journalists have it, I don't. I was actually asked by a journalist from the Toronto Star whether I had that briefing note, and I do not have it. It is the one that ties the temporary immigration numbers to the potential for a housing crisis. That's not me saying it. That's the department. The Immigration Department of Canada was warning the previous minister, who's now the housing minister, this might happen. And the articles go on and on and on. So you have these two ministers who are having a public debate. They're having an argument. I'm sure that it started sometime in cabinet. And there's a Yiddish proverb I'm reminded of, because I love Yiddish proverbs, as many members know. My grandmother used to say them in Polish, but Yiddish is such a common language, or used to be a common language, a common culture to Eastern Europe. And when a fool and a wise man are debating, there are only two fools debating. And sometimes it feels that way when I'm watching the debate in public, because
before you get to your proverb, there's a few members that I'm sure would want their colleague to be heard as opposed to being interrupted. They may not realize that their voices are loud enough, and so I would just ask them to please take their conversation outside and allow their colleagues to not be interrupted by the background noise. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd. Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
I really appreciate Yiddish proverbs. I'm asking if the member could repeat that so that we have it on the record nice and clearly without the interruption. So if he wanted to just step.
I think he was just getting to it. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I won't joke, but I'll take as unanimous consent to restart my speech from the beginning. No, I'll say like a Yiddish proverb that I love is if you have a wise man and a fool debating, rabbis love this quote as well, is you have two fools debating between each other. And sometimes I feel that is what I'm watching. I'm listening to podcasts, like the Hurley-Burley podcast. The Minister of Immigration, the new one, has been there twice now. And he talks a really tough game when he's on the podcast. And then he comes here and he sings us a song of how great things are going. And we have an immigration system with a 2.2 million backlog in applications. I have been told everything, that moving to digital would fix it, a new system, more people. This department has more than double the staff, double the money than it had in 2015, and nothing is getting better. That is pretty much static. It was about 2.9 million application backlog near the end of the pandemic, and has barely gotten any better. You have 1 million people who are waiting in the queue, and we hear this constantly. We have members of parliament in our constituency offices inundated. 80 to 90% of our case file work, I'm sure, Madam Speaker, is the same case for you, is case file work related to the immigration department. Families are broken because they can't be reunited. Small businesses locally who are missing that one critical person to fill a gap so they can then start hiring other fellow Canadians to fill the jobs needs, and they can't do it. International students who maybe have changed their college, or they're going to a different program, or they're applying for a postgraduate work permit, and then they're being told, no, you can't do that anymore, or they apply, then they're out of status, they lose their temporary jobs that they had. And all of these are related to the customer service levels at the immigration department, which has not gotten better. That is rarely something I hear from the minister being addressed. And so it is a concern for conservatives. It continues to be a concern of ours that the service levels are poor, the immigration backlog continues to be very high, and nobody there seems to want to take responsibility in the moment when they're making the decisions. It's once they leave the department, and I think we're on number 5 or number 6 of immigration ministers so far, after almost 9 years. And it's still not getting better. It's still not improving, except for the rhetoric amongst the cabinet ministers who are accusing each other of getting the system out of control and making it a mess. And again, I'm not the one saying that. I am quoting 2 ministers who are having this public fight amongst each other on whose fault is it. And they're pointing fingers at each other. That's the most incredible part of it all. And they're blaming each other. Madame la Présidente, donc, dans notre grand pays.
In our great country, we of course have 2 official languages, so I wanted to make a few remarks in French. We've already held this debate in the House before. In October or November, we debated another opposition motion from the bloc, which is mentioned in this motion. And we know that the government did not do anything in response to that. Nothing. It made some announcements about international foreign students here in Canada. We know that there are many of them in Canada. We heard about that in October. And yet this government is responding very, very slowly, even though opposition parties are offering solutions. And one of the issues at hand is, of course, asylum seekers who have a right to come to Canada. And we know that the Premier of Quebec, Premier Legault, had to write a letter to the government in January, nearly 4 pages, because if there were consultations, well, Premier Legault was not listened to, clearly, since he had to write a letter. And in that letter, the Premier makes the case that over time we've received Chilean, Vietnamese, Syrian, all sorts of other immigrants from Ukraine as well. But we know that there's one specific problem. In 2016, this government removed the obligation for Mexicans to have a visa to come to Canada. So now we know that there is an ETA system. You can just get for $7 or $8 an authorization online to come to Canada. So we know that at the Montreal airport, thousands of asylum seekers make their claim after arriving. So the only purpose of their travel to Canada was to make that claim. In 2016, there were about 250 asylum seekers. I have the press release here. It's just in English.
Sur le site web.
I'm going to read this from the Prime Minister's website. I don't know if it's still there. This is from 2016, June 28th.
Closer collaboration between Canada and Mexico on mobility issues will also help encourage travel between the 2 countries while preventing any increase in asylum claims or other irregular migration. Officials plan to meet regularly to promote these mutual interests. C'est passé de 250.
So it went from 250 asylum seekers in 2016 to, in 2023, tens of thousands of claims. And 11% of these were accepted, which means that 89% were rejected. And we're not the ones who are doing that. An independent tribunal is reviewing the cases, is looking at these claims and saying that these cases don't respect our rules or allow us to receive you in Canada. So when I asked the minister about this, when I look at the 2016 press release, we were told that systems would be in place to prevent asylum claims from going up.
I asked the minister yesterday, I asked him to give us examples of programs and actions that have been taken to ensure that asylum seekers who come from one country, in this case Mexico, that we can ensure that they won't present a false claim. There are people, 11% were accepted. And yesterday, the minister said it's higher, it's 30%. This is a debate about numbers. Perhaps he can give the committee numbers. But even with those numbers, that would mean 70% of people were rejected. But they came here because the visa was taken off. So the question is, what is the government doing? There's no program. The only example the Minister of Immigration was able to give me was pandemic-era programs, public policies from December, a month and a half ago, that were taken away because they were deemed no longer useful. In 2016, there was no pandemic. It began in 2020, so it had no relationship. There was no example to give to the committee as an example of what was done to stop this. And in the minister from Premier Legault, he talks about the cost of these decisions, hundreds of millions of dollars. This is a cost in human lives as well. People who came to Canada who thought they would be able to make an asylum claim for a number of reasons. For Premier Legault, he says the 11 first months of 2023, there were 29,000 new asylum seekers in Quebec, and 65,000 is the projection for this year in Quebec, and it continues. With all of those claims, there's a cost, there's a human cost, real people who will be affected by the negligence of the Liberal government, two immigration ministers criticizing each other publicly to lay blame on who created problems in immigration and housing. And now we have articles, and I'll talk about two, from Romain Chouet, who said that immigration cartels, a network of smugglers and false passports linked to organized crime in Mexico, increasingly involved in trafficking at the Canadian-American border. Two Mexican cartels, Sinaloa and Jalisco New Generation, which are partly linked to human trafficking. And the government hasn't been able to explain a single program. As for one program, just one, any one, that the minister could name, and there wasn't a single one. The other article, that South American thieves assaulting Canadian homes, and then it's describing what's happening today because there was a decision in 2016 and there was no follow-up. And this is an example that I want to give because it's about the same thing that happens with these reports to Parliament that are provided for permanent immigration, as the minister said, tabled in the House every November. But it also covers temporary immigration. There are many people who come to Canada as immigrants temporarily. They come to work, they come to study. Many of them change their status from temporary to permanent. About half of what I see from the department, what they gave me as information, temporary immigrants, about half of them become permanent immigrants through programs like the provincial nominee program, like the construction worker program. There are a number of them. About half of that number are people who are already here in Canada, who have housing, who rent, who've bought something, and they just changed their status. So for the Conservatives, we're focused on what is the experience of newcomers to Canada. And today, it's not the experience that I had when I arrived in Canada. Through Quebec, of course, because my father worked in Sorel at the time. And I think the leader of the Bloc talked about the fact that many immigrants come to Canada and we're told that it's an Anglophone country, but you go to Quebec and it's a French workplace. That happened to my father. I know it. He talked about it a lot. I understand that. But we see here a cabinet that's not able to decide whose fault it is that there's waste and things aren't going well in immigration, but it's their fault. Even when they changed the Minister of Immigration, it's their fault. It's taken 9 years to destroy the consensus on immigration that Canadians had before. What we need is a common sense government, and that's what we will have with the Prime Minister from Carleton when the next election is held. We will offer hope to Canadians, hope for the immigration system.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate my colleague from Calgary. He made a very good speech. We see he knows the issue well. It's very pleasant to work with him on committee, and I want to congratulate him once again on his speech. I totally agree with him. The management of immigration by this government is unacceptable. We have the third immigration minister since 2019. That says a lot about how immigration is being managed by the Liberals. My question is simple. He's talked about the Legault government, the letter from him, Minister Fréchette. With a Conservative government, if ever that were to happen, am I to understand that my colleague would agree that Quebec have all of the immigration powers, that it be resolved once and for all? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. Madam Speaker, what I would be ready to say is that we will have a common-sense immigration system. We won't need a referendum because we will have a government, a federal government that can work with all of the provinces fairly, equally, so that their issues are not treated with, that there's no name-calling, that there's no reference to heat pumps, no insults, that we work with them. That was the history of the Harper government, working with provinces, not against provinces.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you know, I was the critic for immigration when the common sense Conservative government was back in place, when they actually denied Canadians the opportunity to be able to sponsor parents and grandparents to be able to come to Canada for permanent residency. They literally killed the program. When we had the nonsense, I should say, not nonsense, what do you call it, common sense immigration issues, I reflect in terms of how long it took to sponsor someone such as a spouse, going into years and years in terms of trying to get someone's loved one, a wife or a husband or a significant other, to be able to immigrate to Canada to the permanent residency. Is this the type of common sense / nonsense Conservative policy that we're going to see being brought back under that type of an administration?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
It's sad, Madam Speaker, sometimes those members don't read immigration plans pre-2015. It was the Conservative government that created the super visa program for parents and grandparents. It was a Conservative government that made the PGP, the parent-grandparents permanent immigration system, work better. What they did, the Liberal government has done, is create a lottery system where you have people who spend years in the lottery not knowing when their loved ones will be allowed to immigrate to Canada. In fact, I know of cases that have been reported even in the CBC. Even the CBC is going after the government, where you have nationals from Iran waiting 5 years to be reunified. So married couples were apart for 5 years in order to see their loved ones again. Every single permanent immigration stream to Canada, by the way, Madam Speaker, is longer today than it was in 2015. Whether it's student visas, whether it's work visas, whether it's tourist visas, they're the same way. They're actually longer. And the member I heard say it's not true. I invite him to check the Immigration Committee's record, because all the numbers are being tabled successively over the last year that proves the case that all the backlogs are worse than they were in 2015 for almost every single program the government controls today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Madam Speaker. I know the Conservatives fancy themselves as friends of the immigrant community. Let us not forget they were the people who brought in cessation, that said to refugees who came to Canada that they cannot return to their country of origin for any reason. Even in the case where Saddam Hussein doesn't exist anymore, and if you came from that place, you're not allowed to return to that country of origin to visit a dying family member. Or in bringing in or taking away second-generation born, in passing on their Canadian citizenship to their children, to the point where now it's being challenged in the courts, and the court found it to be unconstitutional. My question to the member is this: would the Conservative reduce immigration target numbers? Is that their common sense policy that they're not telling Canadians?
I just want to remind members when they're taking the floor just to make sure that their earpiece isn't close to the microphone. I'm not sure, but we were hearing like some noise in the back, and so I was just wondering that, you know, because it does cause problems for the interpreters. The honourable member Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it's sad to see an experienced member of the House, and she has a lot of experience, especially on the Immigration Committee. I usually don't agree with her, but I do respect the fact that she brings a deep level of knowledge to a lot of the immigration issues that she approaches. And we usually are on the opposite sides of voting, but she's basically supported this government for the last 3-4 years without objection, every single one of these immigration targets, the running of the department. So she bears responsibility for the 2.2 million backlog in applications. She bears responsibility for experience of Iranian nationals who are trying to flee that region.
Point of order, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member is categorically wrong to suggest that I did not raise any concerns with the government's immigration policies.
Unfortunately, that is a point of debate. It's a point of debate. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
So I did say she bears responsibility with voting on every single confidence motion and every single confidence measure in the House. So she does bear responsibility for decisions made by this government because she's supporting the spending, she's supporting the employment, she's supporting the numbers that they're hiring and how they're handling the files. That is what I am saying. The member wants to debate pre-2015 what a previous Conservative government is. We have 9 years of a Liberal government's tenure in office. We have 2 immigration ministers fighting it out in public saying one is out of control, one is a mess, and I rarely hear that member on committees side with the Conservatives when we're trying to advocate for people and trying to find a solution to some of these problems. So I'm just calling her out here, Madam Speaker. I'm trying to bear it out on the public record, what I see happening at the Immigration Committee and what I see happening in the House of Commons.
So in the last couple of questions that I've had, that I've allotted, after members have asked their questions, they seem to want to ask other questions. I would just ask them to wait until the appropriate time to do that, as opposed to trying to interrupt the member. The honourable member, questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Calgary Shepherd for his speech and for his sensitivity. I think he made a number of interesting points. He mentioned a number of times that the government wasn't taking on its responsibility. I'd like to ask him a clear question in the hopes that he will have some clarity on this. Will the Conservative government support the Bloc's motion, the Conservative Party rather, and as critic, would he commit to not taking on the 100 million target of McKinsey? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. For the first part, it depends. I don't think he'll be pleased with the answer. It will depend on how the debate plays out. And for the second part, as the member knows, the Conservatives voted for the Bloc motion in the past on the Century Initiative. So we voted with the Bloc and the other opposition parties in the House. So I think that answers his question.
It's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, again, I want to focus in terms of the times in which I was in opposition when we had the Conservative government, and another program when he says, well, we didn't have backlogs. Well, you know, Madam Speaker, I recall the backlog for experienced workers that got so long that what the then Minister Kennedy did is, as opposed to dealing with it, he literally hit the delete button. Hundreds of thousands of people that were in stream were actually deleted out of the system. So I think Canadians need to be aware that the Conservative common sense approach, Madam Speaker, is to the detriment of the long-term healthy immigration policy, where we have actually seen a number of areas where processing times is far better than what they were under the Conservative era.
The honour for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So The member is wrong. When the Paul Martin government was defeated in 2006 and a new Conservative government took over, it took a few years to realize that, in fact, there was a 6 to 8 million application backlog created by previous Conservative government, previous Liberal governments. And at that time, the decision was made to reset the system to zero because there was no way to fix it. Liberal governments from the 1990s to the early 2000s had basically broken the immigration system back then, like they've broken the immigration system today. And the decision was taken to return people's money in their applications to restart the system at zero. That was their fault. Now, let's talk numbers, because I have the numbers for 2015. So in 2015, according to IRCC, study permits took 31 days to process, work permits took 42 days to process, temporary resident visas took 13 days to process. In April 2023, study permits took 88 days to process, work permits took 62 days to process, temporary resident visas took 72 days to process. Those are bigger numbers than the first ones, right, Madam Speaker?
I'll take a brief question from the Honourable Member Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for an excellent speech. Now, he's outlined some of the failures of the Liberal government in terms of huge backlogs in almost every area. But I think it's important to point out as well that the type of people that are being allowed in, you know, we're talking about needing to build homes. Construction workers is low. Meanwhile, there's an open door at Pearson Airport where people can just show up and claim refugee status.
Answer from the Honourable for Calgary-Shepherd.
So the member is correct. Member Sarnia Lambton is correct. I asked the government to tell me how many construction workers were brought in through all immigration streams, the different knock codes. The minister claimed he wasn't the minister responsible for knock codes. It's about 4,500 per year since 2016. We have a shortage of 100,000 residential construction workers just in Ontario, where they're not going to meet their targets because it hasn't been their focus area.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to indicate that I will be sharing my time with my wonderful colleague for Vancouver East. Madam Speaker, I'd like to note that the very good question that my colleague asked to the Conservative Party representative wasn't answered at all. The Conservative Party seems to want to hide its intentions regarding immigration targets. Aside from nice speeches, we have an official opposition that is vague, that is playing games. And I find it unfortunate that my colleague from Vancouver East didn't receive the answer she should have received to her direct question to the Conservative Party member. This is an important debate, an important discussion that can sometimes spark passions in the media, but it's totally legitimate. It concerns the kind of society we want to build, how we want to welcome people, the economic development we want to have, and the contribution of people who want to share their lives here with us in Quebec or in Canada. The joke I make is that, of course, Quebec and Canada are lands of immigration. I'm a 13th generation immigrant. The first one in my family arrived at the end of the 17th century. A potter, Jean Boulris, was not written the same way back then, but I think we need to continue this tradition of integrating people, welcoming people. It's been that way for centuries, and we need to do it well. We need to do it in a positive fashion, and looking positively at the contribution of all those who, for different reasons, want to come live here and have a better life, sometimes for protection, sometimes fleeing persecution, sometimes simply hoping for better for their children, their families, people who work extremely hard, Mr. Speaker, who've contributed to our economic development in an extraordinary way. We look at recent statistics. 33% of recent immigrants, Mr. Speaker, when they arrive here, create their own business. They start a small business and then they hire people. They hire people who may have been here for longer than them. So these are entrepreneurs, job creators. These are people who contribute in different activities, different sectors of our society. 20% of immigrants work in construction, And when we have a housing crisis, well, we have people who come work here. Yes, they will live in houses and apartments, but they will build them too. 1 out of 5 immigrants works in construction. That's not nothing.
I think it's worth mentioning that. All across the country, 1.6 million immigrants work in healthcare, providing care to our friends, our parents, our grandparents, people who are ill. 2.6 million. That's a huge number. So when we have this discussion about immigration targets and integration capacity, we have to view it from that angle. Not only is this a positive thing, it's a necessary thing. We need immigrants to contribute to our economic activity. Most chambers of commerce in Quebec are saying there's a labor shortage. They need arms, they need brains, they need workers. And you won't always hear the NDP talking about what the chambers of commerce want, but in this case, yes, and in Montreal and in Quebec, we really feel that need, the need for workers. There are so many projects that businesses want to get started, but they don't have the workers. They need to get them underway. So economic immigrants to Quebec. I know people are talking about the numbers, 50,000, 75,000, 30,000. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm no expert. I'm not a demographic, and I'm not an expert. I'm not a labor expert. It depends on the context. It depends on the needs. It depends on the capacity to settle those people and integrate them. So this whole idea of integration capacity is very vague. Obviously, there's a housing crisis these days and a lot of pressure on our public services, a pressure on community groups that work with immigrants and refugees, and we need to pay heed to that reality. But closing the taps is not necessarily, shutting off the taps is not necessarily the solution, because there are companies that need those workers. We need those people. So we need to have an adaptive, intelligent response instead of just having speeches that at times can be quite discriminatory or anti-newcomers. As some reporters quite frequently use language that's very exclusionary, and people are sometimes blaming immigrants for the housing crisis, which is ridiculous. We can't blame newcomers for our own inaction over the past 30 years when it comes to building new housing units. It's not fair to say that a newcomer is responsible for the current housing shortage. They weren't even here when new housing should have been built. It's the inaction of conservative and liberal governments, one after the other, that caused this housing shortage. It's not fair to blame newcomers. They've come here to work and to contribute. So to point the finger, and some reporters have done that, it's not only irresponsible and discriminatory, it's also false. The Liberal government stopped investing in 94 in housing. That's when the problem began, and that was continued by the Harper government afterwards. That's the reality. And today, when you look at the situation on the ground, when you look at the vacancy rate, it's 1.5% in Montreal with lots of new arrivals. And in Rimouski, the vacancy rate is 0%. There's a worse shortage of housing in Rimouski than in Montreal. And it's not because Rimouski is taking in way more people proportionately than Montreal. So we need to be realistic here. We need to look at the facts. And my colleague from Vancouver East will make some suggestions later on that. And that is, the idea is that we need to look at this in all its nuances. We have to stop doing like the Quebec immigration minister who says that immigrants don't want to work, they don't want to speak French, they don't want to learn French. That's not true. That's not true. I live in Montreal. There are lots of newcomers who are working very hard. They're all working. We're all working hard. But they are working hard to build a new life here. and their contribution is outstanding. And they want to learn French. The problem is there aren't enough teachers. There aren't enough French language and enculturation services. The waiting list for French training is endless, and that's because the Quebec government isn't using the funding the federal government has given it for French language training. But that's another issue, Mr. Speaker. So it's false. It's wrong to say that these newcomers don't want to learn French and they don't want to work. It's terrible, it's unacceptable, and it's not true. Last Friday, I was fortunate enough to attend a meeting in my riding with organizations that serve immigrants and refugees. And they agreed with me that this debate about levels is a false debate. It's a bit of a red herring because those groups, they help people settle. They help them navigate the red tape and everything they need to get access to services and so on. And that's why Ottawa and Quebec City have to do more to support these organizations that help people settle. Our integration capacity depends largely on those community groups that don't have enough funds and they're overwhelmed. And they're saying it's not because there's too many people, it's because there's not enough resources. They're not getting enough funding, enough assistance to support these people, to serve them, to settle them. So, yes, there's a housing problem, but I think we need to look at things logically. It's not immigrants who caused the housing crisis. They came here. We welcome they're here, whether they're refugees, asylum seekers, or economic migrants chosen by the government of Quebec under their points system. But let's do better, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, for his speech. He talked about community organizations that are working very hard. And in Granby, I'm very proud of the organizations in my riding that do that work. And with the umbrella organization for all those organizations, they're doing outstanding work in my region, and I'd like to give them a shout out. But it's true that they're overwhelmed. Another point I'd like to come back to, and I agree with my colleague, and that is that this debate, and it's not just me in the bloc, but the bloc, we shouldn't make this all about numbers. It should be a discussion that's as respectful as possible. We should be looking at things like, what about international students? And the federal announcement that those numbers would be cut. But there's one thing that the schools are calling for is that these students are part of our community. They help support our post-secondary educational institutions, and this is the wrong target. Cutting the number of foreign students is the wrong target. What does my colleague think about that? The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague and congratulations to the organizations in her community that support newcomers. That's an excellent question because it's a complex matter, and sometimes apples and oranges get mixed up. There's economic migrants, there's refugees, there's family reunification, there's foreign workers. And there's lots of people in all of these different streams. And of course, temporary foreign workers are very important in agriculture and in slaughterhouses, but also in healthcare, on farms, and so on. So there's a whole host of problems associated with that. But of course, foreign students make an economic contribution too. They spend money here. Sometimes they get jobs here. Sometimes they stay here after their studies. So reducing the number of foreign students at all costs could actually harm our universities. They're an important revenue stream. They pay a lot. They pay expensive tuition fees. And the federal government's cuts to the number of foreign students is going to impact universities' bottom lines. So we need to make sure that foreign students don't become scapegoats and don't get blamed for all these problems when all they're trying to do is seek out a good education here. Questions and comments?
Speaker, and this is where I'd like to pick up on the exchange that just took place. When you talk about cutting international students, my biggest concern, quite frankly, is the exploitation that's taking place with international students and how that particular program has led to the exploitation because of, in particular, let's say provinces, post-secondary education facilities that have not stepped up to the plate in which they should have, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of international students every year. I believe that the federal government needs to step in more because we have seen neglect at the other levels, Mr. Speaker. And as a result of the current minister getting more directly involved and putting in a cap, we are going to prevent the exploitation of potential international students, Mr. Speaker. And we need to continue. And the question I have for my colleague across the way, would he not agree that the federal government needs to continue to work with other jurisdictions and be sensitive to the issue of international students? It's not as simple as just saying, cut the numbers.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rarely this flustered. He says we want to protect foreign students by preventing them from coming here. We're going to protect them by preventing their exploitation. If this member from the Liberal Party is serious about preventing exploitation, well, what about temporary foreign workers? They're getting truly exploited and not protected by the Liberal government. How is it that this government keeps giving farmers permits where the workers can't change jobs and they're put under pressure, they're harassed, and they're being mistreated and threatened with being sent home? This Liberal government talks a good talk, but doesn't walk the talk when it comes to temporary foreign workers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. By the Liberal member's logic, is to blame the victim. They're subject to exploitation, so let's blame them and stop them from coming. That's their logic. And so to the point about migrant workers, many migrant workers come to Canada and are subject to exploitation. And yet the government will not give them landed status on arrival so that they have full status and protection. So my question to the member is this. Would he call for the government to stop the exploitation by ensuring migrant workers get full status on arrival?
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague from Vancouver East. She's quite right. If we're serious about this and we want to protect foreign workers, well, the way things are done has to change. These people are in a precarious situation. The Liberal government promised a process to regularize those without documents, but they haven't done that. And this is supposed to be a country that respects workers' rights. This is shameful. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to enter into this debate today. And of course, we're talking about newcomers. We're talking about the capacity for Quebec, provinces, and territories to successfully resettle newcomers. We're talking about the federal government needing to properly consult Quebec provinces and territories with respect to Canada's immigration targets. All of that is absolutely valid, and we should be engaging in that discussion. What I want to point out very clearly, though, Mr. Speaker, is this. We just heard from the government parliamentary secretary blame the victims in their approach to say, we have too many newcomers, so let's first pick at international students and put a cap on international students. They claim they're doing that because they want to protect them because of exploitation. Under what universe is it normal to actually say it's the victim's fault? It reminds me of the old debate back in the day when women were faced with domestic violence. They blamed the women. Women who face violence, they blame them, not the abuser. Mr. Speaker, and that is absolutely shameful. And now we have the Conservatives who says, oh, but we have a common sense approach. We're so good. We love newcomers. You asked them specifically on a clear question. Would they reduce the immigration target numbers? Did they answer that? No. They will not answer questions clearly. They talk in euphemisms. They talk in slang, and they talk in such a way that are just there to make a clip for them, but they don't actually answer the question. And they say, oh, but don't look at our record. That was so long ago. Oh, my goodness. The record of who you are stands for what you believe in and where your values are. The Conservatives, for the immigrant community, for the refugee community, let's be clear, brought in cessation laws that says if you're a refugee who's fleeing persecution, you will not be allowed to return to your country of origin. If you do, you will lose your Canadian status, even though the threat that caused them to have to flee their country of origin no longer exists. And even though you want to go back and visit a dying loved one, if you do, you will be subject to cessation and you will lose your status in Canada. That is the Conservatives' record, to which the current leader was part of that administration that was there and oversaw all of this and agreed with it. And what do we have as well, Mr. Speaker, on the Conservatives' record on how they treat immigrant communities? They brought in a law that says second-generation born abroad Canadians will no longer be allowed to pass on the Canadian citizenship to their children, to which, in Ontario, families brought that to the court, and the Ontario court found it to be unconstitutional. That is the result of the Conservatives' record. They want to talk about what a great job they did in dealing with backlogs. I still remember back in 2015 when I was first elected and I came to this House and I was the NDP immigration critic. I continue to be so. And one of the first issues that people brought to my attention was the long delay in processing of spousal reunification. The stories that family members told, how much pain and suffering that they had to endure as a result of that separation of 10 years of the Harper administration. Let's just forget about that and pretend that didn't happen, according to the Conservatives. So let us just be clear about where they stand and what their record has been. I can go on for days about that, but I only have 10 minutes for this entire speech, and I want to spend a little bit of time about the value of newcomers and how they contribute to Canada. Let's be clear. They are here that helps to fill our labor force, the gaps that exist in our labor force. They pay their taxes and they support our local economy. Just to be clear on the demographics of things.
I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I worry that the member speaking forgets that it is actually the Liberal government that is in power for 8 years.
I appreciate the intervention, but that is debate. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
I can resume, Mr. Speaker. Well, thank you very much. The contributions from newcomers are significant. You know, 1.6 million newcomers immigrants are engaged in the healthcare sector at a time when we actually have a significant labor skill shortage in the healthcare sector. They are doctors, they are nurses, they are care aides, they are people who care for us when we're sick, they are people who care for our family when we need them the most. During COVID, they are there risking their lives to take care of our loved ones. Who else are newcomers? They are people who help build houses. 20% of the immigrant community are engaged in the construction sector, where we need them to build the infrastructure, to build the houses that we desperately need. There are people who put food on our table. There are people who do the farming doesn't work, where there's a significant labor skill shortage. I can go on about their contributions, Mr. Speaker. So I will say this. When Canada's faced with a housing crisis, do not blame the immigrant community. Do not blame the migrant workers. They are not at fault. Who is at fault? It would be successive Liberal and Conservative governments who failed Canadians in not ensuring that Canada builds the housing that is needed, that is affordable for Canadians. Because the Conservatives canceled the co-op housing program and the Liberals canceled the National Affordable Housing Program and left the whole thing to the private sector to deal with. When we have 30 years later a significant housing crisis. Do not blame newcomers for that. Blame the governments who failed Canadians in that regard. Mr. Speaker, I want to add one other thing in terms of contributions from newcomers. They also create jobs. Actually, a third of the businesses in our communities are created by immigrants, and they hire people, hire Canadians, and they actually create employment as well. So, Mr. Speaker, just so that everybody understands, do not blame immigrants. And what we need to do is for the federal government to also step up to ensure that provinces, Quebec, and territories are properly resourced. To that end, Mr. Speaker, for successful resettlement, I'm going to move the amendment. I move that the motion be amended by adding the following. D, call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a report on the gap between the resources that are needed to align federal immigration targets in 2024 and the capacity of Quebec, provinces, and territories to successfully resettle newcomers. And E, call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a plan to ensure adequate resources are provided to Quebec, provinces, and territories to support the successful resettlement of newcomers. That is what is needed. Do not blame the newcomers. Hold the people to account, and that will be the government who needs to step up and do the job in support of provinces, Quebec, and territories. Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Je dois informer les honorables députés.
I must inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion can only be moved with the consent of the person who tabled the motion or other party officials who can also offer that consent. And since the mover of the motion is not in the House, I would like to ask the deputy leader of the mover's party, does she consent to this amendment being tabled? On behalf of the member for Belleuil-Chambly, we would accept the amendment.
Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. Quote, D, call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a report on the gap between the resources that are needed to align federal immigration targets in 2024 and the capacity of Quebec, provinces, and territories to successfully resettle newcomers. And E, call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a plan to ensure adequate resources are provided to Quebec, provinces, and territories to support the successful resettlement of newcomers. The
amendment is in order. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Vancouver East for her speech. When I think about my work on the Immigration Committee, she's always very easy to work with, and she also knows all of Canada's immigration programs really well, like the palm of her hand. She has a great command of her file. I'd like to thank her for that. Now, with this amendment to our motion, which we have accepted, I think the Conservatives, the NDP and the Bloc are all going to agree on this motion, I believe. And I think that with that in mind, the Liberal government will have to also vote for the motion. So I have a simple question. Does this show that the Liberals are the real problem on immigration?
Thank you very much. First off, I also want to thank my colleague for his collaborative approach. I enjoy working with him at the Immigration Committee and most certainly in the House as well. I think that on the question around immigration, there are issues that needs to be addressed. And we need to ensure that in addressing those issues, that newcomers are not to be blamed. I hope that the amendment, the amended motion is passed in this House. I have no idea where the government's going to go, the Liberal members. I have no idea where the Conservatives are going to go. They did not indicate in this debate that they would actually support it. And so I would wait to see, and I do hope that the motion passes, because I think it is very important to make sure that proper process is in place and proper resources is in place and proper information is in place. And I think the issue around the gap between what is needed for provinces, Quebec, and territories and the resources from the federal government needs to be in place, needs to be put on the table so that newcomers are not being blamed for the problems, the housing crisis, and others that Canadians are faced with.
Questions and comments of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I've listened very closely to the member opposite over the last half hour or so on the issue of immigration. I'm very much interested in knowing what the NDP position is in terms of overall numbers that they would like to see come to Canada. She indicated very clearly that temporary foreign workers that come to Canada should be granted permanent resident status. She also indicated that it should be an unlimited number of international students that should be allowed to come to Canada. I'm wondering if she could share to us two things. Number one, should international students be also provided assurances that they could become permanent residents? And if so, when she factors that into the number of permanent residents through the temporary foreign workers program, what is the target goal in terms of overall number of immigrants in any given year, or does the NDP have one?
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me just be very clear. The NDP has always stood and supported the principle that if you're good enough to work, you're good enough to stay. If you're good enough to study here, you're good enough to stay. That principle ought to apply. The truth of the matter is this: between successive Liberal and Conservative governments, they have brought in a significant number of people with temporary status, whether they're student or workers, to the tune of over half a million people. Half a billion, 500,000. 500,000 people into the country, and then without permanent status and counting. Mr. Speaker, those individuals are subject to exploitation, and we know that, and the government knows that. What are they doing about it? Not a heck of a lot. It is time to recognize them and give them full status so that we can ensure exploitation is eliminated for these individuals.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Boy, I'm fighting over the same thing. The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, then to get a specific answer from the member, is the member clearly saying that if you come to Canada to study and you come to Canada as a foreign worker, that you should be granted permanent resident status? If she is saying that, and that's what I'm hearing, then does the NDP have any sort of limits that they would put on the numbers that they would allow in every year? A clear answer, I believe, is owed to Canadians on that question.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
I'll tell you what is owed to Canadians. The government brings in immigration policies that sets people up for exploitation. The government brings in immigration policies that blames newcomers for their problems that they have created. Look at what's happened with the international students. Who are they blaming? Oh, they're blaming international students for exploitation. What sort of joke is this? Yet the government is proceeding accordingly because that's who they are, and that tells you a whole lot about who the Liberals are.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time for the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, the beloved whip of my party. We always need to be very, very nice when we talk about the whip of our parties. Isn't that right? Mr. Speaker, Ottawa needs to review its immigration targets if it wants a successful immigration target, a successful immigration model, and make sure that new arrivals can live well here. On October 31st, 2023, on a Bloc Québécois opposition day, the party invited all parties in the House to vote in favor of the motion to ask the federal government to review immigration targets after, of course, consulting Quebec, the provinces and territories. Today, the Bloc Québécois is asking that once again and asking the House to reaffirm its unanimous vote on November 1st, 2023, to ask the government to review immigration targets starting in 2024 after consulting Quebec, the provinces and territories, based on their capacity in order to create a successful immigration system. And the Bloc Québécois also wishes to ask the Prime Minister to convene a meeting with his counterparts in Quebec, the provinces and territories in order to consult them on their respective integration capacities. And finally, it asks for the government to table within 100 days in the House a plan for revising federal immigration targets in 2024 based on the integration capacity of provinces. It's very clear that Quebec and the provinces better know the realities on the ground, and they know about their integration capacities based on health, education, language, and housing. And this is a necessity to create a successful immigration model and to make sure that people can live well here. Ottawa needs to respect our integration capacity. Quebec is generous and welcoming. We want all new arrivals to be properly welcomed with access to housing, health, childcare, education, and in order to be able to learn French and fully integrate into our society and become part of it in the fullest sense possible. We want to be able to welcome people properly with the appropriate dignity and respect. What is really a pity, and that's an understatement, is that even though the Liberals supported the Bloc Québécois motion, the Liberals published new immigration targets without consulting Quebec. On November 1st, the federal government published these targets without knowing whether new arrivals would be able to access housing, childcare, healthcare, education, French language learning services. It's really unfortunate that the federal government decided to do this, but we in the Bloc Québécois are not going to let go of this file. Recently, the Premier of Quebec sent a letter to the Prime Minister. He mainly discussed the issue of asylum seekers. But let's be very clear, there's also the matter of Quebec's integration capacity. Nonprofits are at the end of the rope. Quebec is the province that has integrated 55% of all asylum seekers in Canada. This is a major financial burden. And Quebec is also still waiting for the $470 million that is spent on these asylum seekers to be paid back. This is an area of federal jurisdiction. The federal government boasted that it would give Quebec $100 million, and it thought that would be enough to shut the province up. This is not accountable at all. I care deeply about democracy, and in a democratic parliament like ours, it is perfectly healthy to have public debate on important issues that affect our future. And it's also essential for the government to consider the opposition party's positions, just as we must also respect different ways of seeing things. So I'm not here to score political points on the backs of asylum seekers and migrants. On the contrary, I think that as parliamentarians we must constantly be doing what we can to protect the most vulnerable among us and those who are seeking a better life. Making a journey of migration is extremely difficult. It's expensive and often very, very dangerous. With that in mind, we must show accountability and trustworthiness. We need to be worthy of the trust of people who leave their homes, who cross borders, who undertake incredibly difficult travel with their children in the hope that one day they'll find a welcoming community and happier days. But the federal government is not giving Quebec the chance to keep doing this properly. Quebec has exceeded its integration capacity by far, even though it's something that's so important to the province because it's the integration capacity of Quebec that allows it to properly welcome people and tell them that they are welcome in Quebec and can live lives here. We've received all sorts of blame since the beginning of the session. It's really unfortunate to see that this government doesn't respect the other parties. We're being insulted. We're being constantly told that Quebecers like to pick fights. And the federal government ultimately is just turning a deaf ear to our claims. Even yesterday, we heard from the Quebec immigration minister that Quebec is reaching the breaking point. In fact, in Quebec, people are thinking about a referendum to repatriate immigration authority. Now, here in the Bloc Québécois, we will always vote in favor of what's right for Quebec. And if the federal government has such a good relationship with Quebec, as my colleague, the Minister of Immigration, claims, if things are going so great, as he keeps saying every time he rises in the House, then maybe he should finally put his money where his mouth is. Because I suspect that's not true and that instead the relationship is fraying, the Minister of Immigration as we saw, he came out in the media and said, the Minister of Immigration of Quebec said that we might need to hold a referendum in Quebec to repatriate immigration powers. And yet, meanwhile, the Canadian immigration minister is saying, yes, everything's going just fine. We're having great discussions. Something there is not entirely clear. We're getting some mixed messages. And I have to say, I trust the Quebec immigration minister more. The motion that we're bringing forward again today aims to protect a better future for all Quebecers and all those who wish to become Quebecers. And we can't do that any which way or at any cost. We need to do it accountably and showing new arrivals and their families that in Quebec we are worthy of their trust. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Sarnia-Lambton.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to what the Bloc had to say. They spoke about the difficulties that the immigration system is experiencing. So my question is the following. Is Quebec were to be responsible for immigration, then what would their plan be? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Well, my plan is for Quebec to have full immigration powers. It's pretty simple. And I've never had a Conservative clearly answer whether they agree with what the Minister of Immigration said. So the next time a Conservative member rises to ask me a question, I'd like them to answer the following question. Do they agree with the idea that Quebec should have full immigration powers?
Corbutica Quicklum. Oh, sorry. Did I call it? Nanaimo Ladysmith. I was one up. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Et merci à mon collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague. According to a Léger poll, 70% of Quebecers believe that the Quebec government should do more to increase the pool of available workers through economic immigration. Would the Bloc Québécois agree with that? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. In order for that to be possible, Mr. Speaker, I would like to return to what the Minister of Immigration of Quebec said. If Quebec wants to better control economic immigration and increase the workforce, it needs to have full authority on immigration. Currently, for example, the Temporary Foreign Workers Program, people say that Quebec fully controls that program, but it's not true. The largest portion of these workers belong to an Ottawa-controlled program. So even in that area, the Quebec government doesn't fully control the program. This Parliament voted last fall, or rather, this Parliament voted earlier and recognized that Quebec is a nation. A nation should control its immigration. Thank you.
House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that through the expansion, in particular, Jean Chrétien back in 1998 with the provincial nominee program, sent a very clear message that we do need, from an Ottawa perspective, to continue to work with the provincial jurisdictions. And I think Quebec was the model province at the time and continues to be in many ways in regards to immigration. But there is a need for people to be working together. But the question I specifically have for the member is, does the member agree with the NDP position that temporary workers should be given permanent resident status? If not, why not?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. We had that debate at committee. It's an excellent question. I don't agree 100% with the NDP's proposal, but it's something we can look at. The Union of Farm Workers made a proposal recently saying that temporary foreign workers in agriculture should have access to permanent residency, that it should be facilitated. So then, I agree with my NDP colleagues on some aspects, not on all. And if Quebec had all powers in immigration, this issue wouldn't be raised because there would be no Bloc Québécois critic on immigration. We wouldn't need one. Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean for his speech. He talked about the acrimonious tone of the Minister of Immigration toward the Bloc Québécois, calling us armchair critics. And perhaps we have a thicker skin, we can handle it, but when he insults us, he's not managing the situation. And those who are suffering the most are immigrants. Last week, there was an asylum seeker, a man who said he feared for himself and his 9-year-old daughter because he was about to have to live on the street. Does my colleague agree with me that while we are being insulted, there are real people who are suffering from his inaction and his irresponsible decisions? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. What an excellent question, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there's a problem around managing this. It comes from the top, from the Minister of Immigration, who has a very acrimonious, abrasive, irrespectful tone, and the debate on immigration, which should be responsible, sensitive, calm, sometimes goes downhill. And this is the third immigration minister since 2019. So how can that department get back on its feet? The Department of Immigration at the federal government is probably the most dysfunctional in all of government in Canada. And it's not by changing the leader every 6 months that things will start going better. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I'm pleased to speak today during the Opposition Day of the Bloc Québécois on the topic, the important topic of successful immigration. What can I add to what our critic on immigration has said, the member for Lac-Saint-Jean? Because he knows so much about this issue. So I decided to speak to you more specifically about what successful immigration looks like. What does it mean in my riding? Because often, I've heard in different speeches this morning, that we tend to talk about successful immigration with statistics, with numbers. But today, Mr. Speaker, you know me a little bit. I'll talk about real people in my riding. So first, Salaberry-sur-Roi is a riding that is part urban, part rural. There are 2 major cities that are industrial and many rural municipalities. And when you think rural, there's a lack of transportation, lack of access to nearby services. I've been a member since 2019, but I was also there from 2006 to 2011. And when I came back to politics, I noticed that the question of immigration, of newcomers in my riding in large numbers, is relatively new. We didn't really experience that. We had a few newcomers, especially temporary workers, But now we're very pleased, very happy to see our communities be enriched by people who arrive here in Salaberry-sur-Roi to contribute to our development, to settle, to start a family, to work, share their culture with us, create a big family. It's relatively new when we compare ourselves to Montreal or major cities like Toronto and Vancouver. For us, it's relatively new. So we see lots of people arriving, and oops, it changes things. Because as my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean has said, there was no discussion, no conversation between the provinces and the federal government to plan immigration, plan successful immigration. That means how many people will be arriving? Do we have the capacity to integrate these people well? And I'll tell you a little story. There's a working town, Huntington, in my riding, that has a major industry that takes sweet potatoes and turns them into fries. So it's a major business, and they needed temporary workers to be able to run their plant. And I must say, Maison Racette and Ferme Valette, and these are businesses that have used foreign labor, but take great care in doing so. They say to themselves, if I help temporary workers who come from a different country, who wants to be in my community, I have to do it well. These people must be accompanied so they can feel they are part of our community and they want to stay in Huntington. This is a rural area where immigration was pretty new. And we discussed the issue of French language training. In Huntington, this is a rural town where there are 2 primary schools, but few nearby services. And we realized that because that massive arrival wasn't planned, it hadn't been discussed, we found ourselves with no French language classes in the factory that had a lot of workers to accompany those workers in learning French. So the best thing we did, because it's my brand in my writing, Mr. Speaker, when we see a problem, we gather around a table and together we try to find solutions. So we gathered a number of times, and finally we said the best thing would be to develop French language training nearby, near where people are working, so they can arrive there without having to use transit, because that's the challenge. There isn't much planning. There is little interest from the federal government in reflecting on integration capacity. Communities aren't organized to take this on. So if the school had night classes, because schools are usually empty in the evenings, after the workers' shifts, the temporary workers could go learn French there. So we sat down and we thought about the location we needed, the teachers we needed, and we needed money to fund this. And then we realized that our institution, our school, hadn't planned in its funds to have French language classes. Because once again, to have successful immigration, we need to have discussions, we need to plan the targets for integration capacity. So by talking together, with innovation, we were able to find a location and teachers. And then we said, all right, now that we can teach them French because we worked as a team, we talked to each other, what do we do for the other services? The other services that these workers and their families need. For example, service delivery. A daycare center, is there one nearby? Do people have access to transportation to access these services? And it's complicated because we are reacting to something that could have been planned out, that could have been discussed if the government had taken the issue seriously, especially if the provinces had been considered as a major important player in this analysis of integration capacity. So there's a lack of planning from the federal government, and the provinces don't have the money they need, but the main victims are immigrants. And that's why the Bloc Québécois thinks that to have successful immigration, the federal government needs to stop just acting like the big boss without considering the provinces, without bringing the provinces around the table and listening and finding solutions. And the Bloc Québécois, with the motion before us today, is proposing a solution. The motion was amended with specific timelines. So we await the government's concrete proposals to measure the quality of our integration capacity by province and in Canada. I've said the main victims of the lack of planning for the quality of integration are immigrants, and I'll give you a few statistics. I said I wouldn't give you any, but I can't help myself. So, processing a permanent residency claim, someone who comes to our office and is awaiting permanent residency, do you know how long it takes? Right now, 11 months. 11 months to be able to obtain permanent residency. How long does it take for family reunification? 34 months. 34 months. How long does it take for a refugee, for an asylum seeker to receive a work permit? Because when they arrive, they don't have a work permit. Without a work permit, they can't work. How long does that take, Mr. Speaker? Too long. As a federal member, the member of parliament from my riding who wants the best for immigrants, who wants successful immigration, I encourage all of my colleagues in this House to support the opposition motion from the Bloc Québécois, which is to review immigration targets starting in 2024 after consultation with Quebec, the provinces and territories, based on their integration capacity, particularly in terms of housing, healthcare, education, French language training, and transportation infrastructure. All, Mr. Speaker, all with a view to truly successful immigration that respects the human beings we want to have here in Quebec. Questions and comments?
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, a relatively quick question. Given the nature of the matter we're discussing, I'm wondering if the member could give a clear indication whether or not her or her party actually did any consultation with the Government of Quebec with respect to what it is that they're proposing.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. It's a question I find partisan because here the Bloc Québécois put forward a question that concerns all of the provinces. That's a consensus this morning. Maybe he hasn't read the Journal de Montréal where it's written very clearly that Quebecers and Canadians, we often talk about two solitudes, but not here. We think the same thing. We think that we really need to put Quebec and the provinces at the same table, that everyone should have a voice. We should find a solution together to have successful immigration. And the real winners of that democratic exercise would be immigrants.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I heard that there's a lack of services for French language training in Montreal, in the riding of the member who gave her speech. What is it that the government can do to increase services? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I thank my Conservative colleague, for her question because it's a very good one. So the first thing to do would be that the federal government, which owes $470 million to Quebec, reimburse it. Quebec would have flexibility, financial flexibility to increase services. It's complicated. The integration capacity problem is complex. And what we know, even if we don't have all of the solutions, what we know is that it requires funding to increase services, to give newcomers with everything they need to immigrate successfully and to want to stay. I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, the people I find the most courageous are the people who leave their country, who leave their family, who arrive here to have a better life, and who are faced with inhuman bureaucracy and then long wait times to have access to services or a work permit or other necessary paperwork to integrate well in our community. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Shefford. I thank my honourable colleague from Salaberry-sur-Loire for her speech. I saw a lot of humanity, Mr. Speaker. She explained well the continuum of services that we must offer so that we can welcome people humanely, people who enrich our communities. And I see the same thing in my writing. But, Mr. Speaker, contrary to the Leader of the Opposition, I'd like my whip to tell me, well, rather, the member for Salaberry-sur-Loire, but my dear whip, we can't reduce this issue to housing. It's about much more than housing. It's a continuum of services, whether it's healthcare, and we need to increase transfers. There's early child care centers. If it's just about housing and accusing immigrants for being responsible for the housing crisis, it's false. That's not what it's about. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you to the member for Shefford for her question. I know she's very sensitive to this issue as well. Mr. Speaker, do you know what breaks my heart? It's when we have about 40 students who come from French-speaking Africa. We're so happy to have them in Salaberry-sur-Loire. They speak French. They want to study, to become nurses, to contribute to our healthcare system. But what breaks my heart, Mr. Speaker, is that they arrive here and they don't have what they need to immigrate successfully. Some of them have to go to the housing service, to the food bank, and ask for help to move. There may be too many people in housing that's designed for fewer people. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand how the government could vote against our motion. Our motion makes sense. It addresses the human beings, the newcomers we need to take care of.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, it is my pleasure to share my time with the member for London West. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her interest in the role of the federal government in the setting of targets for new permanent residents in Canada. When we talk about immigration policy, we often forget that these decisions have a real impact on the lives of individuals here in Canada, but also abroad. These decisions have an impact on lives today and for generations to come. It is important that we continue to have these conversations on this very important issue. If you've been to a citizenship ceremony, you've surely seen all of the work that has to be done by permanent residents to become citizens. You've seen the joy on their faces when they make their citizenship oath and continue to build their lives and that of their family in Canada. Over the past few years, Canada has had many changes and immigration has taken on a new importance. The 2021 census clearly shows that Canada's population is aging. Immigration is now the main driver of demographic growth and labor stability. Many do not realize it, but young families, students, and workers from other countries who choose to come here are essential to our daily life and to the growth of our economy. Canadians are living longer and families have fewer children. 50 years ago, the worker-retiree ratio was 7-to-1. Many things have changed since then. This ratio is now close to 3-to-1. In this regard, the Globe and Mail recently reported that the fecundity rate in Canada reached its lowest level in 2022.
If we don't welcome more newcomers, this rate will approach 2-to-1 in the decades to come. This would put extra pressure on our key infrastructure and programs like healthcare and education, and would expose them to undue risk. When the Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship announced Canada's latest level plan, he stated that the government was stabilizing immigration targets for the future to ensure that housing and social services are available to all Canadians and newcomers. Many won't realize it, but young families, students, and workers from other countries who choose to come here are critical to our daily lives and to growing our economy. In order for Canada to remain a leader in resettlement, we need to fill labor shortages and attract the skills and talent needed. According to Statistics Canada, in the third quarter of 2023, there were nearly 18,000 job vacancies in Quebec. This figure includes over 45,000 vacancies in healthcare. 45,000 job vacancies in healthcare. In fact, the labor shortage in Quebec's manufacturing sector is costing the economy $7 billion. This past summer, I had the chance to tour Quebec by bike, and everywhere I went, I saw signs that said, "We're hiring." I can't help but wonder why the Bloc Québécois has put forward this motion, essentially asking the federal government to reduce its immigration levels when the facts show that Canada and Quebec are facing labor shortages that are affecting small businesses all across the country. Are they promoting economic stagnation? The federal government recognizes the need to align our immigration levels with the needs and capacities of newcomers in communities across the country, including Quebec. Of course, we didn't arrive at our objectives by chance. Our government consulted widely on the number of permanent residents Canada should welcome and on the balance between different categories of newcomers. We sought the views and priorities of federal partners, regional representatives, provinces and territories, Indigenous communities, stakeholders, and the general public. These immigration levels will help set the pace of Canada's economic and demographic growth while moderating its impact on critical systems like infrastructure and housing. They also maximize the economic and social benefits of immigration, which will be felt in all regions of Canada, including French-speaking communities outside Quebec. In my riding of Milton, there's a vibrant Francophone community. There are lots of wonderful French schools, and there's an amazing Francophone community. So I'd like to take a moment to give a shout out to our government's commitment to support Francophone communities outside Quebec by increasing Francophone immigration outside Quebec to 6% of total immigration in 2024, 7% in 2025, and 8% in 2026. The Minister of Immigration also recently announced a new Francophone immigration policy that will attract talented Francophone workers from around the world, thus contributing to the economic and cultural development of Francophone minority language communities. For example, recent changes to the Express Entry program have enabled us to invite more than 1,500 tradespeople from abroad, including people who will be able to help build new homes all across Canada to alleviate pressures on our housing system. Under the Canada-Quebec Accord on Immigration, Quebec has rights and responsibilities when it comes to the number of immigrants headed for Quebec and the selection, reception, and integration of these immigrants. In other words, their settlement in Quebec. Canada establishes the annual number of immigrants for the country, taking into account the number of immigrants Quebec wants to receive. Quebec is solely responsible for selecting economic and humanitarian immigrants to Quebec. Quebec alone is responsible for applying federal selection criteria for family reunification. The federal government is responsible for the selection and admission of family class applications. We have consulted in order to better align our plans with evolving needs. And this has been done in cooperation with the Quebec government and all provinces and territories. The contribution of an immigrant is far greater than the sum of their circumstances on arrival. A child arriving in Canada today could be tomorrow's inventor, leader, athlete, nurse, or entrepreneur, or a volunteer who supports and inspires the immigrants who come after them. Let's not forget what the government said before. We need newcomers as much as they need us. And our current immigration levels are a reflection of this fact. Canada will remain a welcoming country that understands the benefits of immigration and offers refuge to those fleeing persecution, war, and upheaval. We will continue to benefit from the diversity and openness of our communities. These are just some of the reasons why Canada is one of the world's top destinations for people from all walks of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. I'm very concerned about the length of time it takes for every kind of immigration permit, whether it's a PRC card or people that are waiting for their permanent work visa after they were students. It's taking years, literally years, and the department has increased 50% in size. Can the member tell us what exactly the Liberal government will do to bring down the wait times?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For the Conservatives to complain that it takes too long when they cut the public service that we rely on in order to get wait times down. It's absolutely essential that we make sure that our public service has the resources and capacity to ensure that wait times are low and reasonable. While at the same time, many constituents will rely on good members of Parliament, and gratefully we have lots of those on this side of the House. Perhaps some of those well-experienced members on the other side who like to cross their arms and tell me that I'm out of my job soon, which is ironic given recent comments from the member. It's great to hear that the Conservatives are on board with immigration and making sure that the new Canadians get the services that they desire.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik AU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I'd like to remind him that in Quebec this year there was a huge spike of 46% in permanent residents, and also a lot of funding has been demanded by the Quebec government, and the federal government has not ponied up. So what's being done to meet those demands, and what's being done to make sure that Quebec is listened to when we call for better living conditions for our immigrants? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her question. As I said in my speech, I had the opportunity to visit Quebec by bike this summer, and I saw lots of help wanted signs for small businesses. The sign said, "We're hiring." There is a labor shortage in Quebec, and it's important to ensure that our economy and our small businesses get the workers they need. And we need to make it known that it's attractive to work and live in Quebec. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Northern College in my region has had extraordinary success with relations with international students. So many students have come, who've got an education, who've actually helped build our economy. Now we suddenly have this arbitrary cap that's having a huge impact, not just on the college, but all area businesses who rely on the students who come, get educated, and want to stay, and then, of course, the students themselves. I want to ask the member if the Liberal government is willing to actually, instead of one-size-fits-all, address the obvious faults in their plan to make sure that regions like ours and colleges like Northern College are not unfairly impacted by this new cap.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Ontario for the question because it's very important. In my region, we have Conestoga College, Laurier, we have McMaster, and all of them rely on international students, as does our economy. However, some colleges and universities, which are less reputable, are bringing in students by the thousands, and that's what really we need to have a look at. And I would say it's not thousands, it's actually tens of thousands, and in some cases hundreds of thousands of students who arrive with the expectation of a really good education. I'm certain that the college referenced by my colleague from Northern Ontario is a reputable one and an excellent school. However, there's a lot of them that are in basements of strip malls, and we need to have a look at that. And I would note, Mr. Speaker, that this is a provincial responsibility, and it's unfortunate that the system has been taken advantage of by both provinces and some of these smaller colleges of low reputation.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for London West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a huge pleasure for me to be able to provide information to my colleagues about how the federal government is working with its provincial, territorial, and municipal partners to welcome and settle newcomers. Immigration is one of Canada's defining characteristics. We're a welcoming country where newcomers can feel part of the community and where we understand that immigration contributes to the growth of our economy, to our diversity, and to building the communities we live in. Our immigration system is considered world-class, but we're also well aware that with nearly 110 million displaced people worldwide, our planet is facing a global migration crisis, and Canada is not alone in feeling the impact. We also continue to have significant demand for newcomers, particularly workers who bring the skills and assets needed to meet our country's evolving economic needs, such as in healthcare, construction, and technology. To maintain our position as a world leader and to keep attracting newcomers, the federal government recognizes that we need to plan for the future so that our system can be efficient, resilient, and innovative. That's why Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada, or IRCC, launched an Immigration System for Canada's Future, which was a strategic review of immigration that took place between February and May of last year. The purpose of this large-scale consultation initiative was to examine how Canada's immigration policies and programs could foster a shared vision for Canada's future. The department worked with partners, stakeholders, and Canadians from across the country to answer the following questions. What should the immigration system of the future look like? How can we meet the rapidly evolving needs of employers, migrants, and communities? And how can we ensure that newcomers to Canada quickly integrate into our communities and the workforce?
As to prepare measures that will improve Canada's immigration system and that will be implemented through the whole of government approach and the whole of society collaboration. In addition to soliciting input from all regions of the country, we also organize an in-depth session with experts on key issues such as housing and attracting skills our economy requires. So the impacts these results will have on the improvement and the evolution of our immigration system are invaluable. These findings have revealed a way forward based on the three key themes: improving the reception and integration of newcomers, better aligning our immigration objectives with the needs of the Canadian labor market, and most importantly, developing a comprehensive and coordinated plan that brings together all levels of governments and partners to ensure that we have services and supports that newcomers actually need and will use. Donc, afin d'améliorer la...
So, to improve the settlement and integration of newcomers, we're working to make our system more responsive to applicants' needs and easier to navigate. This will enable users to make informed decisions based on predictable and clear decisions in line with our service standards. In addition, we continue to work with communities and our partners to ensure that the support services needed to attract and retain newcomers to these communities are available. Our Immigration Levels Plan is an essential tool in addressing labor shortages. Immigration remains an important tool to ensure we have enough nurses to support our hospitals, enough tradespeople to build new homes, and enough technology workers to support our innovative businesses. By linking sectoral, federal, and provincial strategies for worker and employer needs to our immigration policies, we're not only helping stimulate economic growth, we're giving ourselves a global competitive advantage. IRCC has also launched a new Francophone immigration policy to foster the economic development and vitality of Francophone minority communities all across Canada, including mine. To strengthen the presence of French in Canada, we've also renewed and expanded the Welcoming Francophone Communities Initiative and are continuing to implement the Action Plan for Official Languages. These measures will contribute to increasing the demographic weight of Francophone communities. So, Mr. Speaker, immigration is also helping to address labor shortages in healthcare. On January 15th of this year, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages announced a series of measures to accelerate recognition of the skills and credentials of some 6,600 foreign-trained healthcare professionals.
Organizing our immigration system is not an easy task, but the federal government is determined to continue to working in harmony with the provinces, territories, municipalities, and all other partners to implement an innovative, sustainable solutions that will benefit all Canadians. The federal government is also committed to continue to advance Canada's humanitarian leadership on the world stage, to protecting our competitive advantage in attracting the talent and the skills our economy needs, but above all, to welcoming newcomers in the way that reflects the difficult decisions they make to change their lives when they come here. Thanks to this strategy review, the federal government is now better equipped not only to meet the needs of newcomers and the communities that welcome them, but also the needs of the Canadian society as a whole. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank the member for her speech. She talked about the importance of integration capacity, but that's precisely the heart of our motion. We want to have consultations that will bring a bit more foreseeability to this issue. Because the way things work now, the newcomers come in and then we have to try to grapple with settling them and integrating them. And there's a housing crisis. Toronto has sounded the alarm. The people on the ground are unable to handle the demand, and these demands were not taken into account when the levels were set, when the targets were set. So my question is, what is it in our motion that the member opposite that doesn't sit well with her? What's the blockage? What needs to be done so that we can adequately settle and integrate all these newcomers? The Honourable Member for London West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. I think that what I said in my speech was that the plans we're making are made in partnership with all industries and all sectors, including service providers. We've asked, how can we increase the services and make them better? And as I said in my speech, is that we've put systems in place to take all of that into account. And this is something that we began earlier in this year, and we will continue to work on so that when newcomers come to Canada and they come to our communities, they have everything they need in order to settle in. Questions and comments?
Neil Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for the member opposite is this. She mentioned in her speech that, we need nurses, we need construction workers, and I agree. I mean, we're short 100,000 construction workers in Ontario alone and quite a number of thousands of nurses. But the Minister of Immigration just made an arbitrary decision to cut by 50% in Ontario, colleges which produce nurses and construction workers and all this kind of thing. So would the member commit to take it back to caucus to try to get exemptions for colleges that are providing housing and adequate support and producing the nurses and construction workers that we need?
The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just said in this speech that we're working with partners in territories and provinces and municipalities to make sure that we are targeting key sectors when we're receiving newcomers, especially through the different measures that we have. I think what the minister said is that he's trying to figure out a way to proportionately move newcomers across the country and not concentrate them in areas where they're already overly concentrated. I just mentioned in my speech that we are looking to have different sectors such as nursing, construction, and different sectors that are really key for Canada, and that's something that we've already started to do, and we'll continue to support the minister's work on making our sectors and our employment sector that is changing quickly and rapidly continue to respond to those needs through these conversations that we're having across the country. So he's not cutting. We're putting a pause in the next 2 years to make sure that we are appropriately bringing newcomers in the parts of Canada where they're most needed, and that is going to have an impact in our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for her speech. I'm wondering if the member could provide me with some insights. We're seeing right now immigrants being blamed for our overcrowded healthcare system. We're seeing immigrants being blamed for our lack of housing, when we know what is to blame is consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments who have underfunded severely our housing and healthcare systems. Our provinces and territories need the money required to be able to provide the healthcare in our provinces. And so I'm wondering if the member could please share some insights as to when we will see, in healthcare specifically, our provinces being provided with the funds necessary to be able to provide the healthcare required. In particular, there was $4.5 billion promised by the Liberals in mental health transfers. We've yet to see that. Our healthcare system's overloaded. And when will we see the appropriate investments being made?
The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to say in this House that immigrants are not to be blamed for any challenges that our country faces. The challenges are already embedded in here, and when they come, they also face the similar challenges that Canadians are facing. So they're not to be blamed for healthcare issues or housing issues. And I appreciate my colleague's question, but I think she knows that healthcare is in the province, and the federal government has made the investments and continue to support provinces to do so. And we have conservative premiers across the country that I have not seen at the table actually to be able to respond to those questions. I think these questions that she's asking are really good questions that I think the conservative premiers across the country could answer as well. Thanks.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to ask for consent to share my time with my honourable colleague for Saint-Jean. Very well. I'm very pleased to rise to speak to an extremely important and delicate issue today. The Bloc Québécois was one of the first to raise the question of the limits of integration capacities when raising the immigration thresholds was discussed. Of course, it's a sensitive issue. Some people have said that we're xenophobic, that we don't like immigrants, and that we're even racist. And in fact, these epithets are sometimes applied to all Quebecers. We should instead hold a respectful debate in this House on such an important topic. Now, of course, a respectful debate with the Minister of Justice is as easy as catching a fly with chopsticks. I see that he just understood what I said. I guess he was waiting for the interpretation. And so I would just say that this is not honorable behavior. We want a respectful debate. In a post-national, multicultural Canada, massive immigration is constantly being praised. But we were just saying maybe we should think about our integration capacity. Many economists have said that economic growth is too high compared to our integration capacities, just like we've been saying, that the need for housing is much higher, that the demand is much higher than the supply, that there was a shortage. And we know that there are many other matters, such as the GDP, but does having a higher GDP really make our country more wealthy for the people who actually, because it's not just the total GDP that counts, it's the per capita GDP. But for 6 years, that's been stagnating in Canada. We're not getting wealthier because our production capacities are not high enough to enable new arrivals to be productive. We are limited. That is limiting our integration capacity. And then later, the CMHC said that we should be building 3.5 million new housing units by 2030 because of immigration, which is very high and which is making it hard to house everyone. When we talk about housing supply and demand, we really need to focus on demand, which is the sum total of people who need a home. We can't be segregating people. You don't need a math doctorate to understand that the more people arrive in the country, the more there will be housing demand. That's obvious. So the increase in demand is exacerbating the housing crisis. And then the CBC immediately came out and said that the CMHC is behind the times, that actually we're going to need 5 million new housing units by 2030. That's more than double current housing supply. Then the University of Waterloo said that immigration is actually leading to a decrease in per capita GDP. That's not what the Bloc Québécois or our leader has said. That's the University of Waterloo. Then TD said that immigration is leading to a sharp increase in demand, and that there will actually be a shortage of 500,000 housing units over 2 years. We are not the puppet masters pulling the strings. We're not using a complicated system of levers and pulleys to control all of these banks. Everyone, the CBC, CMHC, TD, and so on, they're all saying that. This government is being told that with its immigration policy, it's making the housing crisis worse. And what does the government answer? The Minister of Immigration has said that these immigrants will build their own homes. I don't think he understands that in real life, you can't just run around building your own house like that. Life is not a cartoon. Someone can't just show up and say they're going to build their own house. You need to own land. And in Montreal, there is no more land, because we have what's called agricultural zoning. Land doesn't grow on trees. You have to go farther out. Now, where I live, some people have land, but there's no drinking water. Again, we can't all just run around with our little toolbox, like Bob the Builder with his little hat and his little toolbox, and build drinking water infrastructure. All right, maybe you have to go fully outside the island of Montreal, but there's no infrastructure. How are people going to... There's infrastructure, there's a question of transport too. This government doesn't seem to understand that you need transportation, water, and other infrastructure. This government is ideological. They're ignoring reality. They have no sense of what we need to settle people, to integrate people. Yes, they can increase the supply a little bit, but the demand is skyrocketing. What about health? What about education? They have no idea how to take care of those areas. Then there's the question of Francisizing people who arrive in Quebec. These are realities they have no familiarity with. They should consult the territories, the provinces in Quebec, but they don't. But they don't want to. They know everything. This Ottawa knows best approach. They know everything. They don't need to talk to anyone. But then even when they're supposed to pay the bill, they don't. They make this face and they pretend to be shocked. They pretend to be shocked that they are supposed to pay the $470 million debt. They are not reimbursing Quebec that has paid for things that are the federal government's responsibility. I'm telling you, food bank owners and others must be very concerned when they see this government not paying its debts. I have numbers here. It's very concerning. Just on education alone, in 2023, 1,150 new classrooms had to be built in 1 year. That's some serious problems. So these people can be integrated the way they deserve to have a happy life, so that they can live well and with dignity. The member for Beauport-Limoilou asked Mr. Barton, you said earlier that when it comes to the Century Initiative, there's the matter of French. What are the initiatives that will promote French in Quebec and Canada? And Mr. Barton answered I think that access to the advisory group on growth will only apply to the economy. We didn't consider the social context. We were only thinking about productivity. Although economists have shown that increasing immigration did not increase productivity. So in conclusion, I would say we have a responsibility. We need to show humanism. We have a great responsibility to act in an intelligent manner, and we need an appropriate integration capacity. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you. I was very interested in my colleague's speech, especially because we live in the same area. I'm sure he, like we in our office, know of cases where Canadians or Quebecers married someone from abroad who want to bring their spouse. I'd like to hear from him about what he thinks we could do about these obstacles. The honourable member for La Prairie. I'd like to thank my neighbouring colleague for this question. Yes, we get this kind of request very often. We need to be respectful towards people who are making these requests. We also need to consider that there are conditions that must be met. We need to support these people. And I think that this work is generally done pretty well. Sometimes it takes a long time. But often in my office, we're able to resolve these problems. And we help people be happier.
Comments, question or commentaire? The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question to the honourable member is that the current situation with the number of employees we have in the Immigration Department, if he's got any idea how many of these we have, and whether what he's proposing is going to add layers of more public servants in this department, and how that can contribute to the efficiency of the system at all to be able to serve Canada in general.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We know that Canada has two orders of government that often end up fighting over the same jurisdiction. And when it comes to immigration, both orders of government are involved. I'd say in order to simplify that and to cut down on the public service without cutting down on services, which would be great, I'd say we should transfer all immigration responsibilities to Quebec. And if my colleagues want a more responsible, efficient public service, if they want the same amount of services, but with fewer public servants, then Quebec should just be independent. That's it.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis...
I'm going to ask my question in French, but I am sorry for any mistakes. In Alberta, in Edmonton, Strathcona, we have a Francophone community. It's growing quickly. The French Quarter has a lot of construction going on, and it adds a lot to Edmonton. Should we not concentrate on an objective of Francophone immigration to focus on adequate resources for the immigrants rather than reducing immigration levels? The honourable member, thank you. And I'd like to thank my colleague for the effort she's put into asking her question in French. It was excellent. I've never been to Edmonton's French Quarter. Perhaps one day, if I'm invited, I will visit. Yes, we need to support the francophonie throughout Canada, especially when it's concentrated in certain areas. We need to preserve it. And as for increasing resources to integrate more people, what I want is to ensure that our integration capacity means that everyone who arrives here can live up to their full potential. If you want to have high integration capacity, then you will need to invest a large number of resources. Of course, resources are limited. There's only so far we can go when it comes to lands, infrastructure, transit, and so on. So there are limits there.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a bit intimidating to speak after the leader of my party. I don't want to disappoint him, and that way he'll still let me go to his office when I want to steal almonds from him. Now, last fall, we had a very similar debate about immigration targets and Quebec and the province's integration capacity. I started my speech by saying that I hope very much that the speeches we would hear over the course of the day would be speeches with substantive arguments, rather than speeches that were simply full of partisan attacks and insults. I mentioned some epithets that I hope not to hear over the course of the day, for example, racist, xenophobic, anti-immigration. Unfortunately, since October, I must sadly say that did not happen.
This is a very important issue, a very sensitive issue, but it hasn't been treated well by the government, and particularly the Minister of Immigration. The member for Belleuil-Chambly this morning, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, used an expression that I used myself in my speech. An insult is an argument for someone who has no argument. And I'm still looking for arguments from the government side to oppose the content of our motion that I find thoughtful, balanced, reasonable, and focused on something important: the immigrants themselves, the capacity we have to integrate them well, to meet the responsibility we have when we say welcome. Since October, it's not just the Bloc Québécois who has spoken out on this. My colleague, the member for La Prairie, talked a bit about this. I wish to do so as well. There's Toronto that has sounded the alarm as well. Our integration capacity is overwhelmed. Community organizations are overwhelmed. Shelters as well. They don't have the funding necessary. And that gets a little bit more attention from the government, because when Quebec talks, well, they can pretend not to hear, but Toronto gets more attention. The member for La Prairie said the banks, which aren't necessarily the first in saying that we need to review what we're doing with immigration, review targets. Economic areas are generally very much in favor of huge numbers of immigrants. But now they're saying too much immigration without taking into account integration capacity could have an impact. They've talked about the negative impacts of immigration coming in too quickly that would put pressure on some sectors, on housing, and that's what we've talked a lot about recently. And also all public services and the quality of public services. There are academics who started to talk about immigration and our integration capacity. Brian Bourdaba from the University of Montreal has said that when the population increases, whether it's due to births, permanent residency, temporary immigration, the pressure on services and infrastructure goes up in consequence. Strong increases reduces the time to adjust, and that leads to issues like those we are seeing now with housing, daycares, and hospitals. So there's that aspect. The speed of the increase doesn't allow us to adjust in real time and provide adequate services for the people we welcome. CMHC has said we have an issue with the number of housing units, which my colleague mentioned as well. By 2030, there are 3.5 million housing units we would need based on the targets the government has set out, and it would be even more. 3.5 million housing units can't be built overnight. It takes time. And I'll give this reminder. The Bloc has never and will never say that the housing crisis has been caused by newcomers. Newcomers are one of the many victims of it. They are not the cause, no more than they are the cause of the lack of classes for children or the lack of access to healthcare services. They are victims of this. And if we're not responsible in managing targets, well, then we're responsible for the results. A depreciation in the quality of services for everyone, especially the most vulnerable immigrants. More recently, today or yesterday, other people have spoken on this, on immigration and targets and integration capacity. Well, people in general, Quebecers and Canadians, through a poll, have said that there are real issues currently in our capacity to welcome people. In that survey, the Léger survey, that there's a failure of integration, but that needs to be moderated in the way of saying this. Is it just anti-immigration? Well, in the polls, there's something that stood out. Quebecers, many more Quebecers than Canadians, recognize the positive impacts of immigration, notably for the economy, for labor, for the aging population. And Jean-Marc Léger said that wanting to review immigration targets for Quebecers, it's not because they're anti-immigrant. On the contrary, it's because they want the services we offer these people to be better. They want solutions for the people we welcome. So the banks, the Mayor of Toronto, CMHC, academics, the population in general, have started saying about the same thing as the Bloc. And that's a lot of people the Minister of Immigration is going to have to insult if he wants to insult rather than develop an argument. So I hope that as time goes on, he'll calm down and provide real answers. I was talking about housing, but housing is not the only aspect of integration capacity. And that's why we need a comprehensive discussion about how we can improve our integration capacity, because this covers language training, such an essential issue in Quebec. It's very sensitive for integration capacity. We can talk about infrastructure. It's great to build housing, but if we don't have the zoning that allows for it, if we don't have access to potable water, we can't build. There are some cities that no longer have land to build. We need to think about that with different players regarding healthcare and education. Even if we build hospitals and schools, we need healthcare professionals and teachers. We need people who are much more specialized in the area of immigration, especially for asylum seekers, because these would be children who would have special needs for speech pathology, for social work. Unfortunately, they often have trauma they bring with them, and we need to handle that in a particular way, and we need professionals to do so. And that's why it goes above funding. It would be great if the federal government reimbursed the $470 million it owes Quebec, but that won't solve everything, because it's not by making money rain that healthcare professionals will appear, that housing will appear, that French language training capacity will appear. This is a really comprehensive discussion we need to have with the different players, but we haven't had that discussion. Despite the unanimous position in the fall on the Bloc Québécois motion, the next day the minister announced new targets that hadn't been discussed with the provinces in Quebec. The minister said she didn't know where that came from. So that's why we have this motion once again, but it's more specific. We are calling for a response within 100 days and for a consultation to be organized with counterparts from Quebec and the provinces. So within 100 days, there would be a specific plan for the targets. What is the basis for them? What are the discussions that led to X, Y, or Z number? We want concrete evidence that the government, even if it votes in favor of our motion, it's not just about letting us talk and them not listening. Because ultimately, as I said at the outset, this debate is about those who are most vulnerable, those we want to welcome. I'll reiterate that, just like last time, I want us to have this debate in a healthy way in a collaborative fashion, in a comprehensive manner with all players, rather than getting lost in a whole slew of insults that don't help anyone, certainly not those that the motion seeks to help, newcomers.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lac-Col. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I really appreciated the speech from a colleague. I think it's Montérégie Day today. It's important to shed light on our region and the importance of immigrants in our region. And I'll ask the same question that I asked earlier. My colleague raised issues around housing and more. Quebecers who are waiting for a spouse from abroad, it's not a housing issue, and often there's even a job awaiting them here in Canada. So I'd like to hear her response. Apparently, Quebec has set a target and people aren't able to come in. There are long wait lists because of Quebec's criteria. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I'll come back to what I said earlier. The discussion about targets must be comprehensive, and it must be done outside of the provinces because there are things like interprovincial migration. All of this needs to be taken into account. But no matter the category, there are people who've been here for a long time who are having a hard time finding housing. In Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, which I mentioned in my previous speech, there was a newspaper that was saying that asylum seekers coming in from Roxham Road went back to Saint-Jean rather than Montreal because the city was welcoming, rents were lower, it was easier to find a job. But there wasn't enough housing, and it's even more striking now because this week, Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, the vacancy rate is 0.4%. There are only 56 housing units available right now for 100,000 people. So regardless of who we're talking about, there's that issue. It needs to be taken into account in integration capacity for a comprehensive discussion with everyone, and mainly the people who are on the ground. Questions and comments?
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I notice when I take a look at immigration in the larger picture, what you have seen over the last 15, 20 years is a movement towards there is more provincial participation, and to amplify that fact, one only needs to take a look at the provincial nominee program, where today it's over 100,000 people that will be coming targeted over the next year under that program alone. And I'm wondering if she could just provide her thoughts in regards to that, yes, when we talk about the supports that are necessary to put into place, that also provincial jurisdictions also have a role to play in it, given they have the interest also in the immigrants that are coming to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. The provinces certainly have a role to play on immigration, and especially Quebec, given the language issue. But despite the role that Quebec already has, it's not working. The Immigration Minister of Quebec has had to threaten a referendum to repatriate all of the immigration powers. And this is a party that's not one that really likes to talk about referendums. They campaigned on not talking about referendums on the independence of Quebec. But now they have to talk about a referendum because it's not working. Even though there are powers for Quebec, Ottawa clearly is turning a deaf ear, and this is the result. So in the abstract, you can talk about the powers of the provinces in Quebec, but if the government decides it's going to do what it wants to do, it can do so. With the results we've seen, everybody is saying that the targets are too high, that immigration is not being managed responsibly by the government, and that the people who suffer the most are newcomers.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. Always interesting. Mr. Speaker, I think the 338 members of this House can say unanimously that our riding offices are full of immigration cases, people who are waiting. There are 1 million cases backlogged. That's the reality after 8 years of this Liberal government. Can the member tell us about her riding? Is that the case? How does she manage it? The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. I can confirm that he is not the only one to have many people calling about immigration. All of our offices are called upon. And sometimes there are people who have come to us from the government members' offices. They can't get services from them. The Bloc does things well. They call us and they ask us to resolve their issues because, once again, we are seeing incompetence from the government on managing immigration, the 1 million case backlog. But on a daily basis, we feel it. We get phone call after phone call. Things are not working. The government is not present.
Do this, but I'm going to have to move on to the next speaker and for 5 minutes. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak to the immigration system in Canada regarding asylum seekers. As we are aware, we continue to face an unprecedented migratory crisis in the world. Canada is not the only country to have many people coming, fleeing persecution in their country to seek refuge at our border. Canada has national legislation and international conventions that require it to support people who present an asylum claim. The government respects its legal obligations.
I am splitting my time with the member from King's Hat, if I'm correct in the name of the riding.
So people who represent an asylum claim. The government respects its humanitarian and legal obligations, and we continue to provide support at a level that reflects the number of asylum claims in our country. Our government continues to work with partners at the provincial, territorial, and municipal level to determine how we can better support them as effectively as possible. In this regard, we've provided additional resources. Provinces and municipalities are responsible for housing and for supporting asylum seekers. We recognize the need for the federal government to play a role at all levels to continue its work to find solutions. We've been present throughout the process, and we will continue to be present. Since it was created in 2017, the Interim Housing Assistance Program provides funds to provinces and municipalities based on a cost-sharing basis to mitigate pressure on housing and to increase capacity to better respond to the increased number of asylum seekers. The program reimburses direct housing costs like shelters, hotel rooms, and other temporary arrangements, transportation, and the costs. The amount by jurisdiction is based on claims for reimbursement. Mr. Speaker, the federal government has provided to the provinces and municipalities a great deal of money to help them attenuate the excess pressure on housing related to asylum seekers. Since 2017, our government has provided funding to the province of Quebec to support the increased demand for housing from asylum seekers. The Government of Canada is determined to continue collaborating harmoniously with provinces and municipalities to put in place housing solutions that are permanent. That is why recently the government announced additional funding of $212 million through the Interim Housing Assistance Program. And this would reflect the number of asylum seekers. Last week, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, announced additional funding, $362.4 million for this program. In total, $500 million have been given to Quebec through the Interim Housing Assistance Program this fiscal year. This new funding will allow the provinces and municipalities facing an increased demand for places in housing locations to better respond to this request so that asylum seekers do not find themselves without a place to live. In the framework of the program, the Canadian strategy on housing.
Mr. Speaker, I look forward to member statements and question period.
When the honourable member comes back, he'll have 5 minutes to resume his debate. Statements by member. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, representing Richmond Hill has given me the privilege to learn about different cultures, join in their celebration, and most notably, enjoy lots of delicious food. I'm delighted to rise today to acknowledge the beautiful celebration of the Lunar New Year that's taking place on February the 10th. Many Canadians with Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, and other Asian heritage will celebrate the start of the year of the Golden Wood Dragon. My riding is home to many of these vibrant communities, and in these past 2 weeks, I've had the honor and the privilege of celebrating this occasion with different community members, organizations, and representatives, where we were able to enjoy lively performances, music, art, and especially food. From my family to yours, I wish you a lot of joy, good health, and good fortune this new year. Long Ning Koile, Long Ning Faiko, Seibok Mani Badu Seo, Sukwang Nomoy. Happy Lunar New Year. Sin Ling Koilo, Gung He Fa Choi. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, living has never been more expensive for Canadians. The temperatures in Saskatoon were well below -30 for 10 days straight in January. And now the bills are coming in from that cold spell. And it is shocking how much the carbon tax is costing business. One owner, 33% of the bill is carbon tax and GST on the carbon tax. That amounted to $1,127 for 1 month. For another, 35% of their bill is carbon tax. And that amounted to $1,690 in 1 month. Now the Liberals plan to quadruple the tax, with another increase coming April the 1st. Common sense Conservatives will build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and more important, axe the tax.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of Parliament for Markham Unionville, I rise today to celebrate Lunar New Year, the Year of the Dragon. This culturally significant occasion brings our diverse community across Canada together in joyous celebration, reflecting on tradition and values that enhances our nation. In Markham Unionville, Lunar New Year holds a special place in our hearts as we embrace the rich, diversity of Asian cultures that contribute to our community's sense of belonging. From vibrant parades to festive gatherings, the spirit of renewal and hope resonates throughout our riding. On behalf of the constituents of Markham Unionville, I extend warm wishes to all Canadians celebrating Lunar New Year. May the Year of the Dragon bring abundance of happiness and good fortune to you and your loved ones. 恭祝大家新年快乐，身体健康，龙年吉祥，万事如意。Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago to the day, horror struck in Laval. A city bus crashed into the St. Rose Child Care Centre, killing 2 children and seriously injuring several others. I was there last year with the leader of the bloc. It was overwhelming to experience those emotions, especially when you spend your life with kids like I did as a school principal. In these dramatic moments, some people showed admirable compassion and composure, like Mike Haddad, who was dropping his son off at daycare and who acted swiftly to assist the children trapped under the bus and to subdue the suspect. Today, we salute his extraordinary courage. While we still fail to understand what could have motivated the driver to commit such a horrific act, it's our duty today to remember the innocent victims and their grieving families, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Surrey Newton, Surrey Centre. Surrey Newton.
Speaker, this week marks the 10th anniversary of Canadian School Counselling Week, celebrated by the School Counsellors Chapter of Canadian Counselling and Psychotherapy Association. This week recognizes the contributions of the school counselling profession to the personal, social, educational, and career development of students at all grade levels. School counselors support students in their social and academic needs, as well as life and career planning. As mental health professionals, school counselors are responsible for maintaining a very high standard of professional competence and ethical behavior. Through comprehensive programs and services, school counselors continue to make a positive and meaningful difference in the lives of children and youth in communities across Canada. Happy Canadian School Counselling Week.
The honourable member from Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, the late Norman Kwong of Calgary will again make history next week when he is celebrated with his own Heritage Minute. A 60-second snapshot of his life will be thrust onto TV screens from coast to coast, injecting culturally historic education into an entertainment segment. Normie was the hard-working son of Chinese immigrants who settled in Calgary and ran a grocery store in the early 1900s. He joined the Calgary Stampeders Football Club in 1948, just a year after the Chinese Exclusion Act was repealed, and he became the first player in the CFL of Chinese descent. He won 4 Grey Cups in his 12-year career. He was inducted into the CFL Hall of Fame. He was named to the Order of Canada and was recognized with the Alberta Order of Excellence. He helped bring the Flames to Calgary and is one of 5 people with their name on both the Grey Cup and the Stanley Cup. In 2005, he broke another barrier and became the first Alberta Lieutenant Governor of Chinese descent. That is a lot to fit in a minute, Mr. Speaker. Hear, hear.
But it was done well. It was done well. The honourable member from Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a sense of pride and admiration to recognize the outstanding achievement of one of Whitby's finest. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Javeria Zahir on her remarkable and well-deserved triumph in Jeopardy's Champions Wildcard Tournament. I join our community in applauding Javeria's achievement and wish her continued success as she moves forward on now to the Tournament of Champions. Javeria has brought immense pride to our community, and she has proven herself a champion to her legion of fans. Her extraordinary achievement speaks to her incredible intelligence and commitment that brought her to the pinnacle of success. The Whitby mom and psychiatrist, who is the head of medical at the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health Emergency Department, has represented Whitby in Canada with distinction, and I'm sure all members of this House will join me in wishing her continued success in future shows.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, in December, Newmarket lost a true community leader. Terry Carter, a newsman, a historian, a business leader, family man, and my friend. His work as the editor of the Newmarket Era for 25 years reflected his caring perspective for the community that he loved to call home. He had deep roots in our community. He was our historian. He played a significant role in the revitalization of the Sharon Temple, gaining National Historic Site designation for this architectural gem. He embraced our heritage and dedicated much of his life to ensuring the history of Newmarket was well known and documented. In 2008, Terry received the Lieutenant Governor's Ontario Heritage Award for Lifetime Achievement. I was proud to have arranged the naming of Terry Carter Court to recognize his meaningful contributions to our community. Newmarket has lost a fine gentleman.
The honourable member from Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, for hundreds of years, First Nations have suffered under a broken colonial system that takes away power from their communities and places it in the hands of politicians in Ottawa. The Indian Act hands over all resource land and money to the federal government. This means that First Nations have to go to Ottawa to ask for their tax revenues collected from resource projects on their land. This outdated system puts the power in the hands of bureaucrats, politicians, and lobbyists, not First Nations. The direct result of this Ottawa knows best approach has been poverty, substandard infrastructure and housing, unsafe drinking water, and despair.
That's right.
Conservatives have listened to First Nations, and today the Leader of the Opposition announced his support for an optional First Nations resource charge that enables them to take back control of their resources and money. Putting First Nations back in control of their money and letting them bring home the benefits of the resources will also help get local buy-in for good projects into the future. Only common-sense Conservatives will fight for real economic reconciliation by supporting First Nations taking back control of their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Sackville Preston Chesapeake.
Mr. Speaker, February marks the beginning of Black History Month, a time to reflect on the many contributions of Black communities have made to the fabric of our country. I'm extremely proud to be the Member of Parliament for Sackville Preston Chesapeake, where we have the largest multi-generational Black community in Canada and also the largest Black cultural centre in Canada. We are proud of the remarkable social, economic and political achievements of Black Canadians and recognize that many barriers still exist. This month, we reaffirm our commitment to working with Black communities across the country to combat systemic anti-Black racism, support Black economic empowerment, and help promote mental health and wellness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to a remarkable man who, despite being forced to quit the Senate, won't be quitting his active involvement in our country. And I'm talking about my colleague and friend, Senator Pierre-Hugues Boisvenu. It takes courage and strength to survive the unthinkable. That's the title of his book, published in 2008, in which he describes his path of resilience in the face of the loss of both of his daughters, whom he cherished with all his heart. Pierre-Hugues' destiny led him to support women's safety, and his kind-hearted legacy is the Victims' Charter, designed to defend the rights and interests of victims in the criminal justice system. The Charter establishes fundamental principles for the fair and respectful treatment of victims all through the court process. Mr. Speaker, if I had to sum up Pierre-Hugues Boisvenu's career in one sentence, I'd say his commitment and actions restore full meaning to the words human dignity. Thank you, Senator Pierre-Hugues Boisvenu.
The honourable member from Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has seen a sharp increase of sexual assault reports since 2015, with 20,948 violations. Stats Canada has reported an increase from 2015 to 2022 at 71.66%. Although these stats are not broken down by gender, we know that the crime is more likely against female victims of violent crime, especially on sexual assault. Women are 5 times higher to experience sexual assault compared to men. According to a report, victimization reports 106 out of 1,000 for women and 59 men out of 1,000. These stats are a direct correlation to the failure of this government's catch and release bail policies passed in Bill 75 and C5, which removes mandatory minimum sentences for certain major crimes. A common sense government can ensure that repeat offenders remain behind bars while waiting trial and will bring back mandatory jail time for serious violent crimes that were repealed from this government. Conservatives will always stand for victims of crime. Conservatives will bring home safety.
The honourable member from Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, your car is not just a way of getting around. For many in my riding, it's a part of their livelihoods and a main source of income. In 2022, nearly 6,000 vehicles were stolen around Mississauga, and auto theft rates rose by 48.3% in Ontario alone. I've been working on this issue within my community, including with Chief Nishant Duryappa of the Peel Regional Police and federal agencies to fight auto theft and make our communities safer. This is why our government has committed $121 million to fight gun and gang violence, including auto thefts, and $28 million more to the CBSA. It's why, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, our government is hosting a national summit on combating auto theft with all levels of government, police, and industry leaders to build real solutions. We will keep working diligently with all partners to reduce crime in our communities and keep us all safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we can be proud of our aerospace industry. It represents 212,000 jobs in Canada and over 37,000 in Quebec. Good jobs, often unionized, and with unrivaled expertise. We're one of the few places in the world where our companies can design, simulate, manufacture, assemble, and certify an airplane, or a helicopter, or surveillance aircraft. Yesterday and today, Pierre, Michael, Peter, Pascal, and Melanie, I've heard you talk about your trade, your profession, with pride and passion. Your industry is one of the world's biggest exporters and one of the biggest investors in R&D. And the federal government should be there to support you for innovation, for workforce training, and for the green transition, so crucial to our common future. A national aerospace strategy is long overdue. I call on the Liberal government to catch up and finally take action for this industry and for its workers. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the aerospace world is on the hill under the auspices of the AIAC. I'd like to extend my warmest greetings to these dynamic players who make us one of the few major hubs on the planet. The presence of this strategic sector on the Hill naturally demands that we affirm our unwavering support, but it also demands commitments that go beyond words. Aerospace deserves to be a top priority at least as much as the auto industry. A strategic industry requires a strategy, but there's no aerospace strategy. We urgently need one. A strategy devised in concert with the players in the sector, governments, companies, unions. A strategy based on public purchasing policies with local spin-offs, R&D support, workforce training, support for projects and SMEs in accessing the international supply chain. You can count on us to be staunch defenders of your amazing work. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Canadians across the country are dealing with the result of 8 years of this Prime Minister's catch-and-release bail policies. Repeat criminals are out on the streets, while law-abiding Canadians are afraid to walk them. The numbers don't lie. Under our former Conservative government, the number of sexual assaults in Canada decreased from 2010 to 2015, and overall violent crime was down by almost 25%. However, since 2015, as a direct result of this Liberal government's soft-on-crime policies, the number of sexual assaults has increased by almost 72%. In my city of Calgary, the total number of violent criminal code violations are up by almost 40% since 2015, and women and girls are terrified to ride the C train. These numbers affect us all, but statistics confirm that women are far more likely to be victims of sexual assault and violence than men. Women need to feel safe, and that is why a Conservative government will eliminate bail for repeat violent offenders.
The Honourable Member from Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, on February 10th, communities across Canada will ring in the Lunar New Year, also known as the Spring Festival. This year, we welcome the Year of the Dragon, which is associated with energy, good fortune, and success. Lunar New Year is traditionally celebrated for 2 weeks, ending with the Lantern Festival on February 24th. This joyous time of the year includes gathering and feasting with family and friends, wearing new clothes, getting a haircut, giving red envelopes to children,
children and singles for good luck, hanging lanterns, and my personal favorite, making dumplings, and more importantly, eating them. Wishing the Vietnamese community Chak Mong Nam Moi and lots of luck in 2024 to the Korean community. Sahai Bok Mani Badadeso Long Nen Kwai Le Lo Ma Jing Sun. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable député de Regina-Capelle.
After 8 years, the Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the crime. The previous Conservative government reduced car thefts with common sense policies like tougher penalties for repeat offenders. The Prime Minister changed that and gave car thieves easy bail and house arrest. Under Conservatives, car thefts down by 50%. Under Liberals, car thefts up by 34%. And now he's being told at his fancy summit that his policies are the problem. Celeste Power of the Insurance Bureau said car thefts are up because, quote, profits are high and penalties are light. So when will the Prime Minister abandon their soft on crime approach so car thefts can come down?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, would the Conservatives actually like to know that since 2006, the 5 years with the highest amount of car thefts in Canadian history was under the Stephen Harper government? We are actually reducing crime. Today we had the Auto Summit where we brought in leaders across the country, including police. Mr. Speaker, we are working on tangible solutions, not just slogans from the Conservatives.
The Honourable Member from Regina-Capelle.
Those were the first 5 years we inherited from a previous soft on crime Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. But it's not just crime that this government's policy is making worse. On April 1st, the Prime Minister is going to drive up grocery prices again with another hike to his carbon tax. And the impact on this affects Canadians every step of the way from farm to fork. Keith Warner, professor at the University of Guelph, said 44% of growers are operating at a loss presently, and 3/4 have difficulty offsetting production cost increases. Instead of driving grocery prices up even higher, why doesn't he cancel his plan to hike the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservative who have no plan, Mr. Speaker. I guess their plan is to ask Jenny, Mr. Speaker. But on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to make grocery to stabilize price in this country, Mr. Speaker. It's called competition, Mr. Speaker. Canadians at home understand that. They are the only one who are blocking the further reform we want to put, Mr. Speaker, because Canadians understand that we want stabilized price, we want more choice, we want more competition. On this side, we'll fight for Canadians at every step of the way.
The Honourable Member from Regina-Capelle.
You would think that they would have thrown those talking points out after this week when we learned, Mr. Speaker, all the relationships between Liberal staff and Loblaws, like Brian Topp and Don Guy, both who collect checks from Loblaws, and last year they met twice with the PM's Director of Policy. Or like Taya Backett, the in-house lobbyist at Loblaws. She used to have an office in the PMO. You could run a superstore with all the staff over there that have relationships with Loblaws. When will the Prime Minister realize it's not Conservative volunteers driving up grocery prices, it's the carbon tax, stupid!
Although that is a political expression known to many, I do warn all MPs to please to try to watch and to stay safely on the right side of parliamentary debate. The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Speaker, I will abide by your words, Mr. Speaker. And one thing that we're doing when he talks about superstore is right, and I'm happy to talk about that because that's actually what we're trying to bring, Mr. Speaker. We're trying to bring more competition. I've been in touch with foreign grocers to bring more competition, to bring more options for Canadians. And people are watching at home, they understand, and on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan. We are working for Canadians. On this side, they have no plan, and the only plan we've seen is to ask Jenny, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to work for Canadians at every step of the way.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, the housing crisis is hitting Canadians hard. For example, in Quebec, the average rent has gone up by 19% over 1 year, and it will take twice as long to pay off a mortgage and up to 25 years to save up a down payment. That's what Canadians are facing after 8 years of this Liberal government. Yet this government is very good at photo ops. When will they instead work that hard on building housing? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. If there's something the Conservatives are good at, it's insulting mayors. The last time we heard from the Conservative leader, he was insulting the mayor of Quebec City, the mayor of Montreal, who is working with us to build more housing. What we're doing on this side of the House is creating programs to build affordable housing, collaborating with provinces and municipalities. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that we must work together, and that's exactly what we're doing. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, for 8 years, this government has been insulting all Canadians with their terrible housing record. Even the president of the CMHC has admitted that the government has no plan to fix the situation. There's been a 28% decrease in housing starts over the last year. That's the Liberal reality. So my question, when will you stop holding press releases with photo ops, and when will you start building homes? That's what Canadians want. The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent. That said, I don't think we have much to learn about videos and photo ops from the Conservatives. Recently, we saw the Conservative leader doing a photo op and a video at the Port of Montreal, thinking that a video would fix auto theft. We have met with leaders in order to fix this problem and others. We talked about monitoring. We talked about innovation. We talked about technology. What the Conservatives don't understand is that in order to move this country forward, we must work together. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has been a pioneer within Canada in showing compassion to people who are suffering. It was the first jurisdiction to offer medical assistance in dying. And then today again, it is ahead. Quebec is ready to authorize advance requests for people with a serious and incurable neurocognitive disease. The Quebec legislation has been in place for 8 months. People who are suffering have waited long enough. Will the government modify the criminal code so that Quebec can move forward with these advance requests? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was lucky enough to be Minister of Health previously, and as my colleague did, I would like to recognize the important contribution of the Quebec government and Quebecers over the last several years in order to move forward. Thinking and action on this incredibly sensitive and important issue, we must all work together, and we will determine the way forward with the government of Quebec over the months to come. The honourable member, well, Canada can continue to reflect, but Quebec is ready. The National Assembly of Quebec unanimously asked the federal government to modify the criminal code so that Quebec can go ahead with its advance requests legislation. Ottawa has a moral duty to grant Quebec's unanimous request. Canadians can reflect longer if that's what they wish to do, but that shouldn't cause years of useless suffering for Quebecers. Will the government finally legislate to enable Quebec to authorize advance requests? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for discussing this sensitive issue. We know that people's choice and control over their lives, their choice to have medical assistance in dying is already part of the choices people have. We also need to protect those who are most vulnerable. We will work closely with healthcare providers. We will elaborate codes of conduct, and we will look closely at matters both having to do with the criminal code and with healthcare delivery. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, people are struggling at the grocery store. For months, food banks have been overwhelmed. Montreal Liberal MPs know this. It's happening to them too. But we in the NDP are offering solutions, like our bill to lower the costs of a grocery basket. But the Liberals voted against lowering prices for Quebecers. These Liberals really want to support their buddies like Galen Weston. Is this all they're really going to do? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, but I don't really understand where he's going with it. He ought to be very proud, because in the competition reform that we presented in 3 parts, Mr. Speaker, we accepted many of the recommendations of the leader of the NDP. So they should be happy that by working together hand in hand, we are increasing competition in this country. All the experts will tell you more choices and competition will stabilize prices. My colleagues should get up in this House and thank us for working together for consumers.
Honourable member from London, Fanshawe.
The fact of the matter is that the Liberals voted no on the NDP bill to lower food prices for Canadians.
Yeah.
They voted against giving the Competition Bureau more powers to crack down on greedy grocery chains and take advantage of families. Sky-high food prices are forcing Canadians with full-time jobs to resort to food banks to feed their families. Under these out-of-touch Liberals, ultra-rich CEOs win and Canadians lose. Why are the Liberals determined to keep grocery prices high for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'm happy to hear the question from my colleagues. She should be happy because we actually listened to what the NDP had to propose, and a lot of what has been proposed by the leader of the NDP has already been included in our bill to reform competition in this country, Mr. Speaker. One thing that we should do is to work together, Mr. Speaker. Her bill, the bill that's been presented yesterday, will go to committee. We'll listen to experts. We'll listen to recommendation. But one thing Canadians should know is that we have their back. We're going to fight for them to bring stabilization in grocery price in this country.
The Honourable Member from Lethbridge.
After 8 years of this government's reckless policies, our country is in a place of crime and chaos. Since 2015, sexual assault cases have increased by 72%. 72%. That's a big number here, folks. The Liberal government's soft on crime approach is a direct attack on women and girls in this country. It's disgusting. And so how many more sexual assaults need to take place for this government to finally do something?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
I want to thank the member opposite for a question. This is a serious issue that requires a serious response. It is not something that should be highlighted in a negative way in the House of Commons. This government has taken steps through Bill S-12, Bill C-3, Bill C-51. We've taken serious measures to address sexual assault crimes, including sexual assault offenders being included on the offence registry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Lethbridge.
The Honourable Member is right. This isn't something to be made light of, but that is exactly what this Liberal government's policies have done. Unfortunately, after 8 years of this government, the number of sexual assault cases in this country has skyrocketed by 72%. 72. That's a very large number. That is many women and girls who are affected. And what makes this even worse is that so many of these crimes are committed by individuals who are out on bail who shouldn't be. And the reason they are is because of this government's soft on crime policies. The Liberals are putting women in danger. It is this government's decision to do that. So when will this Prime Minister take it seriously and do something?
Your Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the issues around sexual violence and violence in general towards women is something we take incredibly seriously, including the fact that we supported legislation, nonpartisan legislation, to have proper training for judges, something unfortunately conservative senators blocked, but we persevered to ensure that women go through the criminal justice process respecting the violence that has happened and the underreporting that happens in this country. We are going to continue to do everything possible to make sure women are safe in this country.
The honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, chaos and crime is at epidemic levels. Just weeks ago, a mom of 3 was murdered in Calgary in front of an elementary school in a targeted domestic killing. Her offender had previous charges, multiple active warrants, and a no-contact order. She did everything that was asked of her, and she was still murdered in broad daylight. Why? Because this Liberal government's soft on crime policies. Enough. We don't need summits, we need action, and we need a timeline. So when will they reverse these deadly policies?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it is not a partisan issue in dealing with violence against women in this country. Crimes like that are absolutely horrific. It's something that we are working hard on with not just the Minister of Public Safety, but across government to ensure that women across this country are not only safe, but are safe to report violence. As we know, oftentimes violence starts early with domestic violence and can escalate. One of the reasons we're also banning guns.
Yeah. The honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, this became a partisan issue the minute this fake feminist prime minister let women die. That is the reality. 94 municipalities in Ontario alone have declared domestic violence an epidemic. Violent crime is up almost 40%. Sexual assaults, 72%. Sex crimes against children, up 126%. You can bet this is partisan. It is their policies destroying the lives of Canadians, and Conservatives will stop the crime and make sure women are not murdered in front of elementary school, and the guy who did it is behind bars.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to see the Conservatives fired up about taking the violence against women seriously. That is precisely why we have put in firearm legislation to deal with situations of intimate partner and gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, we are putting a national freeze on the sale of and purchase and transfers of handguns. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to violence against women, we are going to put in place every measure possible to keep women safe. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to this, and I'm glad to see the Conservatives passionate about protecting women.
Colleagues, order, colleagues. I know this is a very important and sensitive issue, which is deserving of all of our attention to listen to the question and all of our attention to listen to the answer.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this government, violence in this country has increased horrifyingly. Violent crime is up by 40%, sexual assault by 71%. There are more and more femicides, as well as domestic violence. Women always have to be hyper-vigilant, and despite that, the Prime Minister is still letting criminals relax in their homes. A Conservative government would bring back common-sense law and order policies and protect women. Meanwhile, what will the Prime Minister do to protect Canadian women? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I'm very glad the Conservatives are paying attention to the question of violence against women. Our government has taken important measures to strengthen legislation to prevent firearms use violence in this country, to prevent violence against women in the home, and in restricting firearms violence, well, the Conservatives are actually against those policies. They should make more of an effort to bring forward policy to protect women throughout the country. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins. Mr. Speaker, women tell us about the fear, pain, and torment they experienced at the hands of a violent partner or a trafficker. Conservative bills, for example, Senator Boisvenue's bill, were tabled to protect women, but what has this government been doing for 8 years? It takes the side of criminals instead of victims. The good news is that our conservative government will put an end to that. Why is this government continuing to keep violent criminals comfortably in their homes instead of them putting them behind bars where they can't hurt anyone? The Honourable Minister of Global Affairs. Mr. Speaker, for 8 years, this feminist government has been working on protecting women, especially vulnerable women. And that's why, throughout our time in power, we've made that a priority before, during, and after COVID. For 3 elections, the Liberal government has won on restricting firearms violence. And 3 times in all of these elections, the Conservatives have voted against. I'm happy to see that my female colleagues on the other side of the House care about this. We will continue to show leadership on this file.
Colleagues, this is a very serious issue which is being raised by members. It's deserving, of course, of your respect to listen to the questions and also to listen to the answers.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, another dark day for our media and for democracy. Bell has just announced that it will be cutting 4,800 positions and that it's selling 45 radio stations, including 7 in Quebec. The federal government is watching our information media die before its eyes and is not spending any money on saving our broadcasters. There has been no emergency fund, as the Bloc Québécois asked for in the fall, no tax credit for electronic media, like what there is for print media. How many more workers will be sacrificed before the minister realizes that C18 alone will not save our Quebec media? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a dark day for 4,800 people in Canada who learned this morning in the news that they were facing layoffs. It's very upsetting for them and their families. I offer them my full support and solidarity. My colleague knows very well that $40 million has been offered to Bell Media every year. Bell Canada has been raking in billions of dollars in profits this year. They should continue to keep their commitments to provide news to the entire population. We will not be giving more public money to a billionaire company like that. The Honourable Member. I'm not talking about giving money to a billionaire company. I'm talking about helping an industry that is suffering and has been in crisis for years. As we speak, the only new money to help our media with C18 is from Google. It's like a fox pretending that it's tending to the hens. And yet we have offered many proposals: an emergency fund, a payroll tax credit for electronic media, tax credits for advertisers in traditional media, or increasing the share of government advertising in traditional media instead of giving $50,000 to Meta, as the Liberal Party has done over the last 3 months. When will this government finally take action? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I share my colleagues' indignation about the decisions that companies like Bell Media have taken in order to protect the dividends of shareholders who are still raking in the profits and who are instead sacrificing 4,800 people. As my colleague knows, for more than 3 years, we have been fighting to modernize the Broadcasting Act, and yet the Conservatives have constantly opposed that. The regulatory framework would have been adopted 3 years ago if they hadn't constantly opposed it with their absolutely nonsensical gobbledygook, where they call it censorship. That's where we would be, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in November, CBC revealed that Mexican criminals are taking advantage of the lack of visas to come to Canada for their criminal operations. Yesterday at committee, the Minister of Immigration, the RCMP, and Border Services all denied any link between the lack of need for a visa and crime. They are burying their head in the sand, although they all have access to internal reports that lay it out black on white. All 3 of them have proof that the cartels are taking advantage of this policy to import drugs, engage in human smuggling, and more. Why doesn't the minister bring back the visas, since they know that criminals are taking full advantage of this situation? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Well, Mr. Speaker, you don't need to be an expert to understand that criminals will exploit any vulnerability they find. The member across the way should know that any announcement made in advance would create more vulnerability to be exploited. If he thinks that I'm going to make such an announcement in public, he should think again, because there are many people paying attention to what the immigration minister says and who will be in a hurry to take advantage of any changed loophole or vulnerability. I hope he will respect that in this context.
The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, we know that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost of groceries. Dawn, an independent, multi-generational greenhouse operator, was forced to sell because of the cost of the carbon tax coupled with rising interest rates. After telling the Minister of Agriculture her story directly and asking him to pass Bill C-234 unamended to reduce costs for farmers, he ignored her. What does that minister have to say to Dawn and the many facing challenges like her who are losing their businesses, their livelihoods, and their family legacies because of that Liberal government's policies?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it quite ironic to be lectured by the Conservative Party on our support to farmers when just at the end of last year they voted against the On-Farm Climate Action Fund to support sustainable agriculture. They voted against a Dairy Innovation and Investment Fund. They voted against support for dairy, poultry, and egg supply management producers. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will support our farmers in the transition towards a low-carbon economy, and we will help Canadians make that transition.
I'd like to remind the member from Battle River Crowfoot that he had an opportunity to ask a question, which I would encourage all members to listen carefully. I'd also encourage him and all other members to listen to the answer carefully. The honourable member from Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax on food is working against Canadians by decreasing both the amount and the type of food that they buy. Visits to the food banks are at record highs, over 2 million visits. And just think the new records that we're going to set once the carbon tax is quadrupled. Highline Mushrooms is in Leamington. They supply American and Canadian retailers with their mushrooms. Their American competitors don't have to pay the carbon tax, so they're forced to pass along the carbon tax cost to the Canadian consumer. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. When will he axe the tax?
Great job, Dave. Great job.
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I would agree with the Conservative member for Regina Louvain, who recognized that there's absolutely no data to support any link between price on pollution and higher grocery price. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there is no pricing on pollution in the United States of America, and their grocery prices are the same as we have here in Canada. There is simply no link between pricing on pollution and higher grocery prices.
The honourable member from Flamborough-Granbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Beverly Greenhouses is an award-winning greenhouse operation in Flamborough that produces healthy, fresh cucumbers for Canadians. Almost $4,000 of their $13,000 natural gas bill in October was carbon tax, and it has only increased since then. When this NDP Liberal government quadruples the carbon tax, Beverly Greenhouses is going to struggle to compete with cucumbers imported from Mexico. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. When will this government finally axe the tax so that this family farm can continue to feed Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And being a farmer, I'm well aware how important it is to take care of the environment. And that's why it's so important to have a tax on pollution. And in fact, last Tuesday in committee, Tyler McCann at the Canadian Agri-Food Policy Institute indicated to the committee members that there is no data to support the carbon pricing is resulting in any increase in groceries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Coming from the farmer.
Order. The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the CBC reported that the Liberals made the decision to suspend life-saving funding to UNRWA without seeing any evidence of allegations or waiting for the results of the independent investigation. UNRWA is the only organization that can reach Palestinians in Gaza who are starving and who are being killed in the tens of thousands. And this government cut life-saving support. This decision needs to be reversed and somebody needs to be held accountable. Was it the minister or the PMO who decided that Canada should turn its back on starving Palestinians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be very clear. The funding that Canada is given to civilians in Gaza has increased just last week $40 million more on top of the $60 million which was already. This makes Canada a top donor for aid helping the crisis in Gaza. We are proud. Canadians want us to help. Every time there's a time of emergency, we stand up, we are clear, and we will always be there. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, every day the Liberals show how out of touch they are. This week alone, they voted against an NDP bill that would lower food costs for Canadians. And then, with only 2 weeks' notice, they scrapped the Greener Homes program that helps Canadians lower their heating bills, while they still give out billions to big oil and gas CEOs. Canadians want to do their part to fight the climate crisis, and heat pumps lower costs and save lives. We need a program that makes sure that every Canadian who wants one can get a heat pump. Will the Liberals do it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, one of the most amazing things to have seen is how popular the Greener Homes Grant and the Greener Homes Loan has been among Canadians who are taking those steps to switch the way they heat their homes and to reduce their bills at the same time. We are working on the next steps for the Greener Homes program, which is actually going to make sure that the people who need the help the most have access to the program. We would ask you to keep watching for the progress of this new program.
Good job. Good job. Honourable Member from Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UN General Assembly proclaimed 2015 to 2024 the International Decade for People of African Descent. This proclamation recognized the over 220 million people of African descent here in the Americas and in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this government has fully embraced the UN's proclamation by investing and developing new programs to help support Black communities in Canada. Can the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion please update this House on the decade as it moves closer to an end? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Diversity and Inclusion.
Mr. Speaker, last night we gathered with thousands of Black trailblazers from across the country to celebrate Black History Month. It was a perfect opportunity for the Prime Minister to announce that Canada will be extending the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent until 2028. Mr. Speaker, this extension builds on the $860 million that our government has committed to deliver Black-made, Black-led solutions. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we've always been deliberate about choices. Choice to invest in Black communities, choice to call out and combat systemic racism, and a choice to celebrate Black History Month, and we're going to continue to make sure we support our communities all across.
The Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon.
Housing hell. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are literally living in housing hell. Rent has doubled. Mortgage payments have doubled. The cost to buy a house has almost doubled, and it takes 25 years now to save for a mortgage. It's no wonder for a down payment. It's no wonder there's tent cities all across this country. When will these Liberals realize you can't live in an announcement, you can't live in a photo op, you can't live in a press release, and support our common sense Conservative plan to get houses built?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate he contradicts himself every time he speaks. Just a few days ago, he was praising this federal government's record on housing. Today, he critiques it. Let me offer something else, Mr. Speaker, in terms of a contradiction. He talks about the challenges of homelessness, which admittedly are unacceptable in this country, affordability in housing, which is unacceptable in this country. He's voted against every measure the government's put forward to address that. The National Housing Strategy is there. It's yielding results. It will do more. We are working with municipalities to incent changes at the local level in terms of zoning. It will do more. He's voted against it, and so have all they.
They don't really care.
The Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon.
You know your housing plan is an utter disaster when the only support you can find for it is to misquote a member of the opposition. That's how bad it actually is. Here's the facts. Housing in investments in December are down another 18%. All these fake Liberal announcements and photo ops, and guess what? Less houses are getting built. This Liberal Prime Minister isn't worth the cost because their announcements mean nothing. Will they finally realize they've caused housing hell in this country and support our common sense Conservative plan to get houses built?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
More slogans from the member opposite and the party opposite, Mr. Speaker. What do we see on our side? We are putting serious measures forward to work with municipalities. Across the country, over 500 have applied through the Housing Accelerator Fund. We've completed deals with 30 municipalities, working with mayors, not denigrating them. And what do we hear on the other side? What do we hear? We hear no plan at all. They want to tax home building, for example. That will not lead to more homes built. What's another big idea? They want a snitch line for residents to rat on their neighbors if there's concerns around NIMBY. That's not how you get change, Mr. Speaker, not at all.
The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, the cost of rent and mortgage payments have doubled. And this is at a time when housing starts are down in 2023. Even if the Liberals' plan came to fruition, the CIBC reported that this Liberal plan falls 1.5 million homes short of restoring affordability. People are in a cost of living crisis, and yet the Liberal housing minister jumps from one photo op to another. No government has ever spent so much to achieve so little. When will this government build homes, not bureaucracy?
Board.
House. We are taking a comprehensive approach to building more housing. That means increasing supply. We are eliminating the GST on purpose-built rentals. We have struck deals with over 30 municipalities from coast to coast to ensure that we are getting more supply in the system, and we will make sure that we are there for vulnerable Canadians and the middle class all the while. The Conservatives on the other side of the House vote against measures to support Canadians. That's not our approach, and we will always be there for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, house prices have doubled, rents have doubled, and this government is not worth the cost. A shelter for the homeless, the Bercaille in Saint-Georges in Beauce, reports that it is overwhelmed with requests for rooms in 2024. The government continues to abandon Canadians when it comes to housing. They need to get out of the way and let municipalities prosper, as Victoriaville, Saguenay, and Trois-Rivières are doing. Why doesn't the Prime Minister build more housing instead of building bureaucracy? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to hear a question from a colleague from the Greater Quebec City area. During its 10 years in power, the Conservative government built 24,000 housing units. We've built 10 times more. 500,000 more were announced recently. My Conservative colleagues from the region of Quebec City, would they agree to go see Quebec City with me, the mayors and municipal councillors, so we can tell them why their Conservative leader is calling all the people of Quebec incompetent? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, French is hanging on by a thread in Canada. We saw it again in committee. A Liberal parliamentary secretary, the Conservatives, and the NDP all voted against bilingualism for miscarriage of justice review commissioners. The Liberal claimed he was defending unilingual francophones. Francophones always lose when bilingualism takes a back seat. He added that he was also defending anglophones. Well, yes, that we believe. Mr. Speaker, if justice is bilingual, if Canada is bilingual, will the minister commit to appointing bilingual commissioners? The Honourable Minister of Employment. I am a proud Franco-Albertan. We have standards here regarding promoting bilingualism, and that applies to tribunals and throughout our system. We know, and we've committed to protecting French in Quebec, throughout the country, and not with $1, $2, $3, but $4.1 billion. We are here for bilingualism and Canadian French. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, if that's true, he'll have to talk to his parliamentary secretary about it. French is hanging on by a thread in Canada, as I said, even in the Prime Minister's office. Radio-Canada received a copy of a letter from the Privy Council stating that translating the documents produced for the Rouleau Commission would take too long and be too expensive. Even providing a simple table of contents would take too long and be too expensive. You'd swear they don't feel like it. You'd swear that the rights of Francophones only matter when it is easy and costs nothing. Will the Prime Minister remind his own department that respect for French as an official language is mandatory? The Honourable Minister of Employment. I respect my honourable colleague. We promote bilingualism. We respect the tribunal. We respect the committee. A 2,000-page bilingual report for all Canadians will be coming.
The honourable member from Fundy Royal.
The Justice Minister spent the last week arguing with Conservatives and telling Canadians that strengthening penalties for auto theft won't work. Now, we all know this Prime Minister has a habit of throwing his Justice Ministers under the bus. And earlier today, the Prime Minister finally admitted that stronger penalties are required to tackle the auto theft crisis that he created. They can't both be right. Will the minister finally admit that he was wrong and Conservatives were right, and will he commit to repealing Liberal, soft-on-crime policies like house arrest for car thieves?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, auto theft is a very serious problem in Ontario, Quebec, and across the country. It requires consultation with experts to find a proper solution, not slogans and simple criticism of problems that don't really address the problem. So today, we've had the Auto Summit. We brought in people from all the provinces, the police associations, different levels of governments, and they are going to come up with constructive solutions that are going to address the issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Fundy Royal.
Auto Summit is not what Canadians are calling for. They're calling for action. Auto theft in Toronto is up 300%. In New Brunswick, 120%. This is the Liberals' own numbers since they took office. Only Conservatives will do what's necessary to stop the crime with a proven approach of jail, not bail for repeat offenders, ending house arrest for auto theft, and bringing in mandatory penalties for repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, the numbers are in, the facts don't lie. Why won't this minister stand up and admit that the Liberal soft-on-crime agenda is a failure and it needs to change?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will agree with them insofar as the facts don't lie. Some people just have a problem interpreting them. Because the reality is we have toughened the sentencing requirements for auto theft. We have improved and strengthened the bail system. We have improved the system in a way that is going to protect Canadians and keep them safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Niagara Falls.
Speaker, this government loves photo ops and convening meetings, but they are light on action when it comes to auto theft. This government's own news release shows auto thefts in Toronto have increased 300% under their watch. At home, Niagara Regional Police indicated they were investigating some 30 auto thefts just from January. The Prime Minister is responsible for the ports, the CBSA, the RCMP, and the Criminal Code. It's time to stop the crime. Will this PM reverse his soft-on-crime, catch-and-release policies that have helped cause this auto theft crisis?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Speaker, as I've said already, this is a problem that requires consultation with all of the parties involved. Industry, different levels of government, the law enforcement community. Slogans are not going to find a solution. Jenny Byrne has obviously been hired by the bumper sticker industry, and that's her pool over there for drafting them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Kings Hants.
Speaker, this weekend my province of Nova Scotia was hit with one of the worst snowstorms in 2 decades. The Cape Breton Regional Municipality declared a local state of emergency, and some communities in northern Nova Scotia, like Pictou and Antigonish, remain isolated. Community members are deeply concerned about their safety and that of their neighbours. And I ask this question on behalf of my honourable colleagues from Central Nova, Cape Breton, Canso, and Sydney, Victoria. Can the Minister of Emergency Preparedness update this House on what is being done with the Government of Canada in partnership with municipal and provincial authorities to help residents in need?
The Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for this very important question. I also want to thank all the members of Parliament from Nova Scotia who kept me informed so we can make the appropriate and timely decision to get the support to the people in need. And what I can say, Mr. Speaker, that Parks Canada leveraged the crucial snow removing equipment, that we did that within hours. And I also want to say thank you to our partners like the Canadian Coast Guard, Team Rubicon, who rapidly put people on the ground to help their neighbours get out from under the snow. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's over 500 people made available to provide this support. Thank you.
The honourable member from Cypress Hills Grasslands.
For hundreds of years, First Nations have suffered under a broken system that takes power away from their communities and gives it to Ottawa. The Indian Act hands over all reserve land and money to the federal government, meaning First Nations have to go to Ottawa to ask for their tax revenues collected from projects on their land. But after 8 years, the Prime Minister has allowed this system to continue. Our Conservative leader just announced his support for the optional First Nations resource charge that enables First Nations to take back control of their resources and money. Will the Liberal government put First Nations in control and support the FNRC, or will they let the Ottawa Knows Best model continue?
Yeah.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the member for his question, and I'd like to thank the Conservatives for actually asking a question on Indigenous issues, considering the fact that we agree that the Indian Act needs to change, and that's exactly why this government introduced the legislation on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. This is why we continue to support that as Liberal, and when the Conservatives had a chance, they obstructed and voted against it.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, last night in shameful display, the NDP Liberal Coalition tried to shut down the committee studying the ArriveCan scam. This $54 million egregious abuse of taxpayers must be fully studied. Canadians deserve no less. More and more details are being revealed, and the corruption within the CBSA and this government is astonishing. The walls are caving in, the rot is being exposed. What is the coalition so desperate to hide?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said in this House time and time again, that we are happy to see the work that the committee is doing, that when we issued a contract for the ArriveCan app, that when we do so, we expect all procurement policies to be followed. The President of the CBSA has confirmed that there are internal audits and investigations happening. The police have been called when necessary. And Mr. Speaker, we look forward to the results of that investigation because any acts of wrongdoing will come with consequences.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
That type of response proves that this Prime Minister and the NDP Liberal government are simply not worth the cost. Let me clarify the record, Mr. Speaker. 76% of ArriveCan contractors performed no work. $11 million went to a two-person basement company for no work. And now top bureaucrats at the CBSA face accusations of lying to committee and even destruction of evidence. After everything else that has been exposed in this $54 million boondoggle, what else is the coalition agreement trying to hide?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we have faith in the CBSA president, who has already acknowledged that they've launched an internal audit on the current procurement process. We look forward to the OAG report on ArriveCan next week. Mr. Speaker, I have said time and time again that we are working hard to ensure that when contracts are issued, that all procurement policies are followed. We look forward to these audits and the AG report, because if we can make further procurement improvements, we will. We expect contracts to be done properly.
The honourable member from Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, we know that families are struggling with the cost of living. For parents of young children, the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system is helping them return to the workforce while accessing affordable quality childcare. In Prince Edward Island, $10 a day childcare has been available since the 1st of January, and we can already see its positive impacts. Can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development update this House on the progress that has been made as this important national system continues to be built out? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Childcare is good for our kids, it's good for families, and it's good for our economy. Islanders have already been benefiting and seeing the savings, and as of January 1st, they've reached $10 a day, along with 6 other provinces and territories across this country. At a time when families are feeling the pressure, $4,200 in savings a year is outstanding. Instead of preying on Canadians' fears, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives need to start listening to families.
The honourable member from Churchill-Cuwatanukaski.
Mr. Speaker, 4 First Nations, Wasagamak, Red Sucker Lake, St. Teresa Point, and Garden Hill have declared a state of emergency. They are unable to bring in fuel and other necessities because the ice roads they depend on have melted due to climate change. We are talking about thousands of people stranded. For years, the Liberals, like the Conservatives before them, have ignored the need for an all-weather road for these communities. What will it take for the Liberals to help build the all-weather road needed for the East Side First Nations who are already paying the price of climate change?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that very important question. We know that northern communities are dealing with the impacts of climate change firsthand, and this is no difference from that. Remote communities relying on winter roads are living with firsthand impacts. The pressures are real. A shorter season and a shorter window to work on infrastructure projects like schools and water plants. We will do what it takes to make sure essential resources are delivered and communities have what they need throughout the year. I understand that meetings are in place right now with our Minister of Transportation as well, with the community leads. We're going to get to the bottom of this and make sure they have access. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, on October 23rd, I asked the Minister of the Environment a question about the unreasonable delays in reimbursement of the Canada Greener Homes grant. I was told that the government was aware and that the situation would improve. Yet, in my writing, people received a letter in December confirming that the grant had been approved and that they would receive their check within 30 days. Finally, 30 days later, they received a letter stating that their grant had been denied. In Quebec, reimbursement takes 2 months. At the federal level, in Canada, it takes more than 18 months. Is there anyone in the government who is accountable and who could make sure that this important program can work? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. It's wonderful to see that there were so many Canadians who used a grant for greener homes and for loans. We've worked with Canadians to make it work well, and we are continuing to do so, and we have another program that will be coming soon to help people be better able to make these changes for their homes.
On arrive à la fin de la période des questions.
We are getting to the end of oral questions.
Maintenant, on va avoir la déclaration de jeudi. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
And as it is Thursday, I'm very excited to ask the Thursday question. And I was wondering if the government House Leader can update members as to the business of the House for the rest of this week and into the next week. And I will take this opportunity to ask about how the government plans on managing Bill C-62. C-62, as you know, of course, is the response to a court deadline to protect vulnerable people with mental health afflictions. And the government has had over a year to deal with this. And yet here we find ourselves yet again on the eve of an expiration of a court-imposed deadline with not a lot of House time left. So if the government would like to enlighten members as to how they foresee Bill C-62 moving through the House in time for that court-imposed deadline so that vulnerable Canadians are not in any way victimized by the regime around MAID. I'm sure members of all sides and all parties would like to know that.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and his colleagues in the official opposition for finally letting Bill C-57, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, come to a final vote. This is good news for Canada and our Ukrainian friends with whom we stand in solidarity. As for the business of the House, we will continue to have ongoing discussions that would see us dealing with Bill C-62, medical assistance in dying next week. We are, of course, well aware of the deadlines that are looming. There is a March 17th deadline, and I remind all members of this House that there is a March 17th deadline attached to this very important legislation. Je rappelle que nous avons...
I would remind you that we would like the support of all members in the House and the Senate to come up with a process that will help guide us in dealing with MAID. We will have a report that seems to have garnered consensus. We will also give priority to a bill from the Senate, which is now at the last stage of debate in the House, C-29, with respecting a creation of a body for reconciliation, and C-37 having to do with childcare. And as I said in the beginning, Mr. Speaker, we will be continuing consultations with the opposition party. My door is always open, and if necessary, we will make adjustments so that the House can work in an orderly fashion.
I recognize the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, I rise to intervene on a point of order raised by the member for Winnipeg North this morning respecting Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and Canada Labour Code, adoptive and intended parents. My colleague from Winnipeg North mentioned the committee process where I tabled crucial amendments to this legislation that would bring the bill into compliance with Canadian law, specifically with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of on Indigenous Peoples. Let me remind the opposite or the government through you, Mr. Speaker, that they are the government that passed Bill C-15, which affirmed that all legislation going forward has to be compatible with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Not including these important amendments means that this legislation now is not compliant with Articles 19, 21, and 22 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The MP for Winnipeg North asked about or talked about the amendments being out of scope, but even the sponsor of the bill said that those amendments were absolutely in scope, and that C-318 with what C-318 is trying to do. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Winnipeg North also pointed out the need for a royal recommendation for these amendments. And, you know, I'd like to encourage the member from Winnipeg North to reconsider, considering that's the highest number of kids in care in an urban area in the whole country. 90% who are Indigenous. What my colleague failed to mention is that the Liberal government has the power to allow the amendments to proceed by giving notice of a royal recommendation for C-318. They are the ones that have the power to do that. In fact, in Boston Gagnon, page 839, we can read, since Standing Order 79 was changed in 1994, private members' bills involving the spending of public money have been allowed to proceed through the legislative process on the assumption that a royal recommendation will be submitted by a minister of the Crown before the bill is to read a third time and passed. The only ones that can act right now are the Liberals. And on their watch, Mr. Speaker, by not upholding Canadian law, which includes Bill C-15, as we meet about the red dress right now, about murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, which is called the child welfare system, it's called the pipeline for becoming murdered and missing. This government's failure to address the 90% of kids in care, it's only the Liberals that can save the lives of Indigenous children that are being dropped off at shelters, being separated from their families and community. I'm asking them to table a royal recommendation to do the right thing to make sure Bill C-318 can go to a vote at third reading with the amendments adopted by committee. Although they have mentioned they're putting forth Bill C-59, a similar bill, once again, it is not consistent with upholding Canadian law and the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous People. It is on their hands. Lives are on their hands. They need to put forward a royal recommendation. I'm asking through you, Mr. Speaker, this is a life and death matter. They have to stop playing with Indigenous lives and do what is needed now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre for raising this point of order. It is one which the Speaker, which the Chair will take back and come back to members after I've closely taken a look at the arguments which have been raised by the honourable member. The honourable member for rising on a point of order, the honourable member from Regina Leuven.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a question of privilege arising out of question period today. As you know, Standing Order 48 waives the required hours notice when a breach of privilege occurs during the proceedings of the House. Misleading comments were made on the floor of the House. It is imperative not only to correct the record, but to draw a firm line against misleading comments being tossed around in a way the Liberals have done so egregiously. Normally we chalk these things up to debate, but the misrepresentation offered by the government is so egregious, I think it rises to the level of being a prima facie case and a contempt of Parliament. Here are the facts, Mr. Speaker. Here is what I said in Hansard transcript. Madam Speaker, as always, one has to be very careful with the Liberals when they talk about truths and untruths. What Dr. Charlevoix said was that there was not enough data collected to see exactly what the effects of the carbon tax is on food prices. He also said, which conveniently this member omitted, that he called for a pause on the carbon tax to lower food prices. That's what Charlevoix said. When one hears a story coming from the Liberals, it is always interesting that one should listen to the facts. Also talking to Mr. McCann, I asked if the point of a carbon tax is to increase the price so that consumers change their behaviour. And Mr. McCann said that is exactly what the Liberals said the point of the carbon tax is. The truth is, when it comes to food inflation, food prices, in the relationship with the carbon tax, it will come out in the wash that there is a correlation. Because when one talks to farmers and one talks to dairy farmers, their highest input cost now is the carbon tax in the heating of their barns. If one does not think that affects the price of what a farmer does, then one should maybe get out of downtown Winnipeg and go to a farm in one's life. Mr. Speaker, as you will recall from today's question period, what was portrayed as being said is nowhere close to the facts. Right. To find a prima facie case of privilege, there are three things must be established. The statement must be misleading, the member making the statement must know it is misleading, and the statement must be offered within the intention to mislead the House. And Mr. Speaker, this has happened 3 times. Twice yesterday with the Prime Minister, and then today with the Minister of Environment. All 3 of these conditions haven't been met here because of the wanton and reckless misquoting and misrepresenting by an honourable member. If you agree with me on these points, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to move an appropriate motion to refer the matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Thank you.
I thank the member from Regina Leuven for putting his points very clearly. This is something which the Chair will take back and under advisement and will come back to this House. On the same point of order, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I see that you were very generous in listening to what it is that the member across the way was saying. I had the opportunity to witness the exchange, and from my perspective, it is very much a dispute over the facts at best. I would suggest that what was being suggested as a point of order or a matter of privilege is just a matter of debate that should have, in all likelihood, stayed inside the committee. I realize that the member might have been embarrassed, but it doesn't justify bringing it into the chamber, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly.
I see rising on the same point of order the Honourable member from Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a few points I want to address there. First of all, it was the government decided to bring something from committee into the House of Commons by allegedly repeating what was said, but they didn't repeat. No, he didn't say it, and that's the whole point. You know, it's usually the Speaker doesn't arbitrate the veracity of statements that are made, but previous speakers have indicated that members must be very judicious in their words, and completely fabricating a statement to try to give the impression that a member from an opposition party actually supported something as egregious as the carbon tax does rise to the level of where the Speaker should have an interest in order to preserve the integrity and the reputation of members. If not, Mr. Speaker, we could all just come here and make things up and say, oh, the member for Winnipeg North said this at committee. He said that carbon taxes were terrible and that the Prime Minister is responsible for car theft increases, even if you didn't say anything like that. So I do think that there are some very unique and special circumstances where the Speaker should look at just how diametrically opposed what was actually said is compared to what the Liberals' paraphrasing of that is. And I do believe that my colleague's point rises to that level.
So excuse me to all members. I'd like to thank the member from Regina Capel for raising this point of order. I'd also like to thank the Government House Leader, who I had not, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, who I had not had an opportunity to thank until this point. I think this chair has heard what needs to be said, and I will come back. I'm really quite convinced that the chair has heard very well and very well pointed out arguments in regard to what was raised at this matter. And I will come back to the House with a ruling. I will look very carefully at what was raised here today, raised by the member from Regina Leuven, supported by the member from Regina Capel, and also I will reflect upon what was raised by the Parliamentary Secretary, and come back to this House. The matter is now closed. To new issues.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides. Reprise des débats sur une motion d'opposition.
Resuming debate on an opposition motion in the name of Monsieur Blanchet regarding federal immigration targets. Resuming debate.
All right, everybody, I'm going to shut it down there. Anyone that's new to the channel, hit the like and subscribe button. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow. There's nothing special going on for the rest of the night. House of Commons will be done around 6 o'clock, but they're just going to talk about the immigration thing, probably in French for the next 2 hours.
Transcripts to making sure that we take a look at that. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge has 10 minutes.
10 minutes. I think. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I think I have 5 minutes remaining.
Excuse me, you're absolutely right. You originally did have 10 minutes, but you have 5 minutes remaining in debate, followed by 5 minutes.